this house. The first time that we did a walkthrough of that house, it didn't feel right to me. Downstairs, no problem. As soon as I went upstairs were my soon-to-be bedroom, my siblings' bedroom, and my dad and stepmom's bedroom was. I just had a feeling of I don't want to be here. This doesn't feel right. I ignored it. We move in. We're going back and forth, spending about half the week with my mom, half the week with my dad and stepmom. Nothing happened at first. It was a lot of feeling again. Dread every time I had to go up into their room, or even just walk past their room. I absolutely hated that feeling. I would ask someone to go up and close their bedroom door. I would avoid even looking down the hallway. If their door was open, it never gave me a good feeling. This was going on for a handful of months, and I felt very fortunate that we moved into the same neighborhood that my best friend at the time was living in. Her house was 2 streets up in the same exact neighborhood. We were spending the night at each other's houses. Every weekend we would alternate and meet at the corner. Okay, whose house are we spending the night at tonight? Few months goes by, I keep having these feelings. I can't shake them. And her and I are having a sleepover at her house. I'm telling her about all these things, how scary it is, and I wish I could figure out what was going on. She laughs and she goes, "Hold on. I have something I want to show you." She goes to her bedroom closet, and she pulls out a Ouija board. I grew up in a very traditional Mexican household. Most of my family are believers. You don't mess with the supernatural, and you absolutely do not mess with Ouija boards, no matter what anyone tells you. It's not worth it. I always knew it was something you avoid, but we were teenagers. A few weeks later, it was my turn to host. Having her over, she brought the Ouija board with her. The light that I would use in my room had a dimmer setting. You could dim it almost all the way down to where it was almost like a very mild candlelight feel. We waited for everybody to go to bed and, of course, picked the absolute worst time, the witching hour as they call it, to bust out this Ouija board. Her and I are sitting right across from each other. Our knees are almost touching. There's obviously space on either side of us. It's just her, and we have my light all the way on. We're sitting there, she takes it out, explains to me how it works. We both place our hands on the Ouija board. She's like, "Okay, what do you want to ask it first? Do you have an idea of what could be in the house? Is it an adult? Is it a child? I don't know. Let's just ask it if there's a ghost in our house." She says, "Okay." We put our hands on the Ouija board. She asks the question. The little piece starts moving. So of course I'm like, "Okay, you're moving it. This isn't really happening." She starts freaking out, and she's like, "No, I'm not moving it, I promise you. It keeps moving all the way to yes." I start panicking. I ask her to stop, and we sit there for a second. Clearly, there's something here. I'm not going crazy. What do I ask it now? She thinks about it for a second, and she goes, "Why don't you ask its name?" We put our hands back on. She asks the question. It slowly moves to GE as it's getting closer to the letter O. My lights dim by themselves. I start accusing her of moving it again, and she's like, "No, I promise you I'm not moving it." The lights dimmed on their own. It spells out G-O. George, maybe. We're trying to figure out what this name could be. Going back and forth, we're both a little scared. We put our hands back on the Ouija board. She asks the last question, halfway through it moving. The lights dim again. I feel this overwhelming sense of dread. That same feeling. Every time I walk past my dad and stepmom's room, before I can even say anything to her, there's this sensation between where her and I are sitting. We are not sitting alone. I could very vividly feel the pressure of someone's leg against mine. I get up. I run and turn the light all the way back on. She's full panic, eyes wide. Did you feel that? I said, yeah. What the heck was that? We are completely freaking out. Don't want to wake anybody up. The lights are on. She puts everything away. Went to sleep. Looking back, I realize now, the biggest mistake that we could have ever made is not saying goodbye. We go to sleep. I honestly forget about it. We giggle about it in the morning over breakfast. She goes home. We're back at school Monday. Nothing really happens. Halfway into that week, I get a call from her around dinner time. She's at her mom's. She sounds freaked out on the phone. She's like, hey, have you been feeling anything since our last sleepover? When we used the Ouija board, ever since we used that thing the last couple nights, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, there's somebody in my room. Fast forward to a few nights later. I go upstairs, I get ready for bed, shut all my lights off, get into my bed, pull the covers up, close my eyes, and I start to settle in. Within 5 minutes, there's this ringing in my ears. Wasn't super high-pitched, but enough to make me uncomfortable. I sit up, get a little nervous, and I'm like, okay, you're making it up. Just close your eyes and go back to sleep. I lay down, I get comfortable again. This time, the ringing is louder. Now I feel this pressure on my chest. I tell myself, don't open your eyes. I could feel someone staring at me almost nose to nose. If I open my eyes, it would be right there. The pressure in my chest is getting heavier. I get the courage to sit up and open my eyes. There's nothing there. I had to sleep with my light on that night. And of course, my dad gets up in the middle of the night, and he shuts it off for at least 6 months. Any time that I had to go to my dad's and stay there, that would happen every single night, unless I kept my light on. I kept getting in trouble for falling asleep with the light on as soon as the lights would go off. This thing would be right in my face. When I was trying to sleep, I couldn't even use the dimmer anymore. They would shut themselves off. This started happening a lot. I felt so crazy I knew that my dad would be upset if he found out that I brought a Ouija board into his house, so I didn't say anything. My friend started experiencing the same thing. A few weeks goes by. I go to spend the night at her house. We are baking, watching movies, having a great time. Her mom goes upstairs to go to sleep. Her and I are alone. Her and I are starting to chat about the things that have been happening and the things we've been feeling. At the house, the only light that's on is the chandelier. She's like, let's grab our stuff. Let's go upstairs. We'll hang out in my room the rest of the night before we go to sleep. She goes up the stairs first, gets to the very top of the first set of stairs, and stops dead in her tracks, staring at the wall. I'm standing at the bottom of the stairs like, what are you doing? Why are you not going to your room? She doesn't turn around. She doesn't move. She doesn't look back at me. Nothing. She just says, don't move. I'm standing there terrified. What are we not moving for? What do you see that I'm not seeing? I slowly turn my head, just barely to the left. There is this little boy sitting on the chandelier, legs wrapped around the bottom, staring at her and I. Do we run? Do we walk? What do we do here? I said. Just ignore it if you give it attention. It's only gonna get worse. Walk upstairs, don't look over that way again. Her and I start with a walk, and of course, it turns into a run. We're terrified. We get to her room, sweating, freaking out. There's no way that really happened. It didn't. Go spend the night at her house for a few weeks after. That she told me. There was a few other times after that. Incidents that she saw him. I don't know if ignoring it is what helped it go away for her. But after a handful of times, it stopped happening. I had a few more experiences after that. I just thought, this was going to happen for the rest of my life. I'd be in the bathroom getting ready for school. Someone would shake the door violently. I'm alone. There's no one there. Things like that happened for several months afterwards. A few more weeks goes by. My little sister was a baby at the time. It was just me, her, and my stepmom home, alone. She's upstairs falling asleep in her bassinet. An hour goes by, and she starts crying. Something woke her up. I go to look at the monitor. I see a hand gently patting her back. She falls back asleep. I'm like, oh, perfect. I don't need to go up there. My stepmom made it up there as she went back to sleep. She's fine. 2 minutes later, my stepmom walks in the front door from outside. I said, did you just come in from outside? Or were you upstairs with the baby? And she's like, no. I was cleaning out my car. I didn't say anything. I just sat there. I went back and looked at the video later. And of course, there's nothing on there. I have nothing to show for it or to prove it. After a couple days, I started really just trying to visualize what I had seen, to see if I could put together what the hand looked like, or whose hand it could have been. I remember there being this green emerald ring on the middle finger. That's the ring that my grandma wore pretty much every day after that experience. And seeing what I believe was her on the camera, soothing my sister, everything just stopped happening. I was able to sleep normally again. My friend wasn't seeing stuff anymore. I like to think that somehow she paid a visit, not just to see my sister, but to be like, hey, you guys don't belong here, move on. I actually found out from my friend, a few years after all this had happened, that there had been a lot of crime in our neighborhood. Prior to us moving in, there was a park right across from our house, right across the street, that you could see from my bedroom window. I found out a few years later that a man that lived in the neighborhood for several years took his life at that park. I don't know if because our house was in such close proximity to the park, if maybe there was just this bad energy from stuff that had happened there, or from what happened with him lingering in the area. But I can definitely say, I'm still a firm believer that stuff is real. I have not used a Ouija board since 10, and I'll never use one again. I definitely still have experiences. I'm about to be 32 in November, and stuff still happens. It's not nearly as bad as it was. I make jokes about it now. I feel like keeping it lighthearted. It doesn't scare me. But it also doesn't welcome in the darker, maybe more sinister, spirits that could potentially make themselves known. The most recent experience I had was actually about a week ago. My grandfather unfortunately passed away early May. It was very unexpected. I took the loss really hard. I get married in a couple of weeks, and he was so unbelievably excited for the wedding. I was given some of his things. I just feel badly. Wanted something of his to keep around. I have a picture of him from barber school. He was a very proud barber for over 60 years, on the same shelf as his photo. I have a pair of beads of his. that he wore all of the time. He loved to wear necklaces, and I have his hair-cutting scissors. A week ago, I was getting ready for work, and out of nowhere, the light started making this weird buzzing noise and was dimming itself almost in frequency. There was no music on, no TV on. And I giggled and I was like, "Oh, Grandpa, you came to visit? I've been waiting for you." As soon as I said that the lights shut themselves off and back on, they started making that sound again and dimming in frequency. The more that I talked to him, the more the lights started doing that. They would get really bright and then really dim again. It was him paying a visit. I still talk to him every now and again, and the lights will do their thing. I'm sure a lot of that is just having his stuff in our apartment, but I definitely still have experiences to this day. I'm just grateful that they're a little bit nicer now than they used to be. If you have a true scary story that happened to you and you want to share it with the rest of us, go to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. You can always reach out to me in case you have any questions. Anyway, if you like the show, drop some stars for us in the ratings and reviews. I'll be back next week with another story. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story Roommates. In a small college town in the Midwest, a group of roommates moves in, expecting a fun summer, until something unseen makes its presence known. My name is Edwin, and here's Brain's true scary story. This took place in 2020. It was in a little riverside college town in the Midwest. It was 5 of us girls who were just moving into a new college-style house. Some of us had already graduated from school, so we were going to just all be there for an extra year, whether that be working or just finishing up school. One of the girls of the house that we were moving into had already lived there for a few years, and we were all friends with her. 4 of us moving into the house were brand new. We moved in, though, mid-May of 2020. Unfortunately, we had left by the beginning of August of 2020, so it was short-lived. Just to understand the story, I will have to lay out what the house looked like. It's very important to know what levels, what rooms. Everything makes the story easier to follow. It was a 2-story house. When you walk into the front door, though, it was a stairwell that separated the levels, so if you went down the hallway, straight through the stairwell, it was a little hallway that led to the basement. The basement was just storage. Nothing really that important. When you walk into the stairwell, directly off to the right, there's another door that leads to the main level. And then obviously when you walk in, there's a stairwell as well that goes up to the upper level. That also has a door that leads into that top. On the main level, there are 2 bedrooms with its own bathroom and its own kitchen. And that's also where the main living space is, with the living room that we all share. Upstairs, there's also 3 bedrooms, and it does also have its own bathroom and its own kitchen. How it was all split off is also very important, of who was in what room. I had leased one of the rooms on the main level of the 2, and then there was the other girl who had lived there full time, lived in the other room over the summer. I had another job back in my hometown, so I was going to be traveling back and forth. So I actually sublet out my room downstairs to someone that I knew for that summer, just so it was paid for, and then I would just come back every once in a while to visit. Upstairs, there were the 3 bedrooms. 2 of them, again, were going to be there full time, and the 3rd roommate was not going to be there all summer long. So it worked out that when I would come to visit, I would just stay in her room so I had a place to sleep. Stay put my things while I would be visiting. In the beginning, mid-May. When we had moved in, everything was really fun. It was the beginning of 2020, obviously. So COVID was hitting. We didn't have a lot of options of things to do, so we spent a lot of time together. We watched movies and played games. One of the girls had access to the rooftop from their rooms. We would sit out there and listen to music. It started off really well those first few weeks. The subleaser had moved into my room at the end of May, so I had gone home to start my job. A few weeks later, though, I had come back to visit and was staying in the room upstairs. The girls had mentioned some weird things happening. Nothing had really been off. No weird occurrences had happened with the tenants that lived there before, and we all knew them so. This was very strange that these things were happening. It started very small. That night, all of their doors were closed. So the two girls that were living there, as well as the empty room, all of the doors were closed. At night, when they would sleep, the girls stated that when they were sleeping, either trying to fall asleep, or they'd wake up in the middle of the night from it. They would hear humming coming from the hallways. They didn't specifically say if it sounded like a specific song, random little humming noises. That would be coming from the hallway, and then just go away and randomly reappear. The door to the empty room they did also keep closed. When they would wake up, the door would always be open. The weird thing about this, though, was that door was particularly hard to open and close, so it wasn't wind or something we could rationalize off. What would open that besides someone actually physically opening it themselves? Something that we still don't understand to this day is the only room in the house that has a padlock on it. Don't know why it was there. We don't know who had put that on there. And eventually, we did start. Sing it when the door wouldn't stop opening. And eventually, closing in the middle of the night. At that point, things were still fairly new. We were rationalizing off those little occurrences that were happening, but it just felt heavy upstairs. Whenever I'd walk around, I would creep around the corner first, or walk really slow, like I felt like I had to establish and see everything in the space before I would feel comfortable walking into it. I just was so curious. I felt like something was seriously watching me all the time, no matter what room I was in. Bathroom, kitchen, it was bad. One of my first real experiences was while I was taking a shower. A lot of these events happen so fast, and it's really hard to always remember the order of operations. But this definitely happened towards the beginning, when I was in the shower again. It was the same feeling of being watched. I kept looking outside the curtains, and I know sometimes you do that when you're alone, and you kind of a little paranoid. But I seriously was looking out very frequently, looking behind me. I felt a little tickle on my neck, but I was again trying to rationalize that, saying, I'm in the shower, the water's running on me, I'm washing my hair. But I tried to end of that shower as soon as possible. Once I got out, I did bring up to the two girls that lived upstairs when they got home that I took a shower. And it felt weird, you know. I felt like something tickled me. But I think I'm just overreacting. They looked at me and they said, "Oh, we don't shower alone. If someone's taking a shower in there, they leave the door open, or someone's sitting on the toilet next to them. Because when they're in the shower and they're alone, or no one's near them, their hair will move. Like someone's picking up their hair, picking at it or rubbing their back. The shower and this also happens to the sink, will just turn really hot, scalding hot all of a sudden, and they'll just kind of jump out of the water. They just will not be alone in that room. Their reactions when I had told them about the shower, and when they were explaining to me, how they don't shower without someone with them. It seemed more matter of fact, like it was happening so often that they were like, duh, why would you shower alone? I was freaked out, and they were freaked out by all of the occurrences. But that was just something that had happened so often. I think they were just, unfortunately, used to it at that point. We were having a lot of fun together, so we kind of put up with it for a while. And they just brushed that off. Until it started to get worse. This only happened upstairs, so the girls downstairs really didn't experience anything. I'm not quite sure if they believed the girls upstairs, but I experienced it myself. With all of these things occurring at night, with the humming, the door opening. We started sleeping with our lights on. We tried to rationalize that. Maybe if we left the lights on, it wouldn't do those things. We'd trick it to think we were awake. One of my roommates in particular, Megan, had the typical college lights, the sticky lights that are around your ceiling, and you have a remote that turns them on and off, and they can change color. The lights would turn off, so you would try to keep the lights on to sleep, but they would just randomly turn off. She kind of tried to experiment with it and move the remote that she had under her, or sleep with it under the bed. For some reason, if something's touching it, it can't. But she had done this, and the next morning, she woke up and the lights were turned off, and she had looked, and the plug from the wall had actually been ripped out. Something had physically taken the plug out of the wall because it wasn't able to access the remote, that she had to turn the lights off. That also happened in the room I was staying in. It was controlled by a remote, and it even was happening when we were moving in. We just thought, oh, these lights are broken. Why do they keep turning off? But we still don't really understand, I guess, after all of this. But we think it might be related to what was happening in Megan's room, but we're not quite sure. At this point, we don't know what's going on. We have an inkling that it's maybe something messing with us, but we don't really know. We haven't seen anything. It's all been things that we've been trying to rationalize. Maybe bad plumbing, maybe bad electrical, maybe the house is moving, so the door is opening. But then, it started to become more frightening and obvious. My one roommate, Sarah, was targeted by these scary things, a little bit more than others. One of them was she was up in her room doing homework, watching TV, and she had randomly heard blood-curdling scream coming from downstairs. Just horrible screaming. Thought someone was injured. So she ran out of her room, ran down the stairwell, burst into the living room, and then went and checked on the roommates to see what was going on, and both the subleaser, as well as the other roommate that lived downstairs, were both just chilling in their room, watching Netflix, not doing anything. No noises, nothing. So that happened multiple times. You would be upstairs and just hear noises downstairs, and nothing would be there at all. We all had very vivid dreams as well. I was staying in the room that had the padlock on it. It was really hot, so I had a fan on. I had my laptop up playing some kind of show on Netflix. I was trying to fall asleep. And I did turn the lights off. My leg was sticking out from under the covers, and it felt like something was kind of tickling my leg. But again, I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was the wind of the fan. with maybe some leg hairs. I don't know, I tried, and then all of a sudden, it kind of became like scratch. So I immediately sat up, and I didn't even think to turn on a flashlight or turn on the room lights. I took a picture with the flash. I was going to send it to my friend, who was actually leasing that room, and I was going to send her that picture. And I looked at it, and there was a red scratch mark and a bruise, and kind of a little hole in my leg in that part. I don't remember there being a bruise there before. I don't remember there being a red mark. It looked like there might have been a scab on my leg. That was kind of ripped off. It had scared me enough that I turned the lights on and was trying to sleep with the lights on again. Somehow that night, I did fall asleep. My first dream was me having a lake day with my family. We were all swimming in the lake. Some of us were outside on the dock, but most of us were swimming. All of a sudden, the lake had turned black. Everyone's eyes had turned black, and they just all had a blank stare and were going underwater. The family members, including me, who did not do that. They were trying to swim underneath their feet and pull them under and drown them. And I remember in my dream taking a t-shirt and trying to cover my feet so, like, I wouldn't get pulled down. Then all of a sudden it snapped, and I was in a field. It was a big, open, green rolling hills field, and I was standing there with a goat that was on its hind legs. Somewhere in this, the goat had assaulted me. I then woke up because I had wet the bed. I have never wet the bed before in my life. Adult life, middle school childhood. I even called my dad to ask. I said, "Is this a habit that maybe I'm reverting back to?" And he's like, "No. You never did through my college years. Never." Obviously, I was mortified. This wasn't my bed, so I got up immediately. I took all of the sheets down to the washing machine. I threw them in and I called my friend, just wanting to be transparent and let her know and apologize. And she said, wait, 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 back up, she said. What was in your dream? And I had mentioned the dream. And she said, Bryn, do you not realize that the goat is an animal, representative of the devil? And I processed that. I said, yeah. You're correct saying that. So from that night on, I never slept in that room again. I moved all of my things downstairs, and I slept in the living room. Even in the living room, though. Even though there was no really occurrences downstairs, the dogs that were my roommates would still bark at dark corners randomly. They would bark at the door that led to the stairwell. They would just bark at it incessantly at random, although those things would happen again. I didn't know if that was just dogs being dogs, but I felt a lot safer downstairs. But yeah, after that, nope, never slept in that room ever again. And I don't think anyone else has. None of our roommates have. At some point during all of this, I was at my hometown in Megan. My roommate had told her mom, and her mom was concerned enough that she called the medium to try to come in to see if she could help. When we were telling the medium about what was happening, she said that it sounded like there might be two things there. She said she would be willing to help. And she did say, I want to do a drive by the night before, just to get a feel for the house. Before I actually come in, she did a drive by and by the morning. She had blocked all 3 of their phone numbers and never got back to us. So at that point, We were kind of just on our own. We also did a lot of research on the house and couldn't find any dirt on the house. We couldn't find anything about any kind of weird offense, any crimes. The house was right next to a Lutheran church, so we have no idea if that had anything to do with it. The house was also under construction. On the external parts of it, they were doing new windows and new walls, so we were just trying to grasp at any, maybe, reason why these things would have happened to us and no one else. Unfortunately, things did not get any better. They actually got more physical again. I had mentioned that I had a bruise on my leg. Sarah had bruises all over her body. I even mentioned when I woke up the next morning, "Look at what's on my leg," and she said, "Oh, I have those all over me." So she had bruises all over her body, all up her legs, her arms. One weekend she had left to go camping, and all of the bruises had gone away. When she came back within a few days, they were all back. They just felt something touching them when they would be sleeping. So both of them really didn't get a lot of sleep. So both of them were kind of just mentally not there for a few months. Sarah also had an encounter where she was in her room, and she was working on homework, and she had all of her things kind of spread out on the floor. She was just working, head down, legs crossed, leaning over, and she had a mirror, a glass mirror. So not one of the kind of plastic, cheap ones you can put over your door. She had a glass mirror that was leaning up against the wall. She had looked up at one point. She saw something moving, and the mirror was actually tipping over onto her, and she was able to catch it. If she didn't look and see it and catch it, it probably would have smashed over her head. The most concerning part of that, besides her potentially getting injured, was this mirror was leaning against the wall. If it were to fall, it should have slid. The bottom of it should have come out from under it, and should have slid and fell flat, but it tipped up and over, and she had to catch it to stop it. Megan, at night, had a few encounters as well of being touched, just like Sarah had this first night. It was most vivid for her. She was laying in bed, obviously had the lights on, and she could see handprints crawling into her bed, on her sheets. Once they got close enough, she could feel the pressure of the blankets getting tighter around her and on her. That happened more than one occasion. Soon, it started actually showing itself, but we still don't know what this thing really was. Megan one night was asleep. She had woken up because she heard something in the corner of her room. She sat up and looked, and there was a little boy standing in the corner of her room, just looking at her. She described him maybe as like 6 years old. Didn't really get enough of a look to get outfit or anything, but definitely saw a little boy standing in the corner of her room. She looked away, and it wasn't there. The door at the top of the stairwell, it started moving in the middle of the night, and opening and closing and knocking. Someone would be knocking at it, so they would start locking it when they would be home, or when they would be sleeping. And you'd have to use the key to get into the upstairs. Even when they locked it, the knocking still continued. But they started hearing, like someone trying to get in with a key. And one time, they actually came home, and Sarah had seen some kind of little boy moving around the key that had been in the door, and then it had gone away. So they had seen this apparition of a little boy multiple times, but again, the medium had said that it seemed like there might be multiple things, and these things were scaring us. It was like meaning to make us feel uncomfortable. So we don't particularly believe that. It might have just been this little boy trying to mess with us, all of our dreams, and just the horrible feelings we had. It felt like something might be acting as a little boy, or there might be multiple things that were there. We still to this day don't really understand why all this happened. We didn't really talk about it for a long time. I was honestly hesitant to come on and share it, because the people that lived in there before us never had anything. But ultimately, it became so overwhelming and furious, and just ultimately scary. They weren't sleeping, we weren't sleeping. I wasn't able to be in the house anymore. We all left the house by the beginning of August. We were getting subleases, and we all had different places to live. We were still not sure if. Maybe it followed one of us into the house. We're not sure if anything continued after that. We felt kind of bad about it, but it doesn't sound like anything happened to the new subleasers. But we did not disclose anything to the new subleasers. It didn't seem like it was targeting the people before, and we were so desperate to get out. I think they were a little suspicious as to why we were leaving so fast. I would be. But we were all able to get subleasers really quick, and we were able to move out, luckily, really quick. I don't think it's followed any of us afterwards. I think we've all been able to just move on. But we couldn't put up with what was going on. We were too scared that we did have to leave. To share your own story with our community, go to truescarystory.com. And if you have questions or want to get in touch, I'll leave my information in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story We Opened a Door. We couldn't close. We're about to hear a series of experiences from two of our community members. From Scary FM, from objects moving on their own, to a ghostly child that roams around at night. My name is Edwin. And here are Gabby and Mike's true scary stories. I actually grew up in the south side of San Antonio. I want to say this happened around the 90s or the early 2000s. I remember specifically a night that my mom's mom had passed away not that long ago. They were messing with the Ouija board, my relatives. One of my relatives asked my mom, "Hey, you want to play the Ouija board so you could talk to your mom?" My mom's like, "That's not my mom. That's not my mom." She knew very well what that game represents. She knew it was nothing good. It's like opening up a portal. We were renting this house from Maicia, which is my dad's oldest sister. Two of my uncles were drunk. Very drunk. They were sitting like towards the end of the yard. The dogs went barking like towards the driveway. And then like they came back with their tails, like in between their legs. And then like one of my deals was crashed out. And my other deal saw a lady coming through the driveway. The lady just kept walking. We had a large pecan tree for our house, and we had like a little cement sidewalk. And it was like a piece of slab of concrete, like behind our house, and she like disappeared there. And like he was asking her questions like, "Senora Al, you know, nothing, nada." My sister, she saw a white lady with a white dress. In the hallway of our house, they saw like a lady in the porch sweeping. My grandma, my mom's mom, she was a white lady with white hair, and she was wearing like a specific nightgown that she would wear. I remember they literally saw her on the porch, back porch sweeping. My grandma had passed away. In 2005, we moved out of there, the house that my parents are living at currently. One of my cousins had a Bobo home. She lit this mobile home on fire. I don't know why she did so. We got the house, we purchased it. And mind you, it was burnt. Like it was halfway burnt. My dad was working on this house while we were living there, like halfway. I remember we would take the pictures. You can see faces on these pictures. I remember one time I was laying down in the living room of that house. I literally felt somebody ran their fingers through my hair. We would hear our names being called, 'cause I call my mom Ma. She would hear my voice, and I would be at school when this happened. They still experience stuff till this day. A few years ago, my little brother, I don't know what got him into getting into the Tadic stuff, but he started doing upside down crosses, pentagrams, and they're like, I remember he had a devil head like a ball. I remember. My baby brother and my dad were cleaning up the bedroom where my brother we used to sleep in. They specifically threw that ball in the trash, in the fire. For some reason, when they went back inside, that little devil ball was inside, the same spot where my brother had left it. One time, my mom was washing clothes. I want to say about like 11. My sister, my brother-in-law, and my niece were asleep. My dad was asleep, so my mom was the only one that was awake. She literally saw a shadow, like pass by, and everybody was asleep. I remember my baby brother recorded some orbs floating in that house. It was a few years ago when he did that. It was very strange. My mom, she said that she would make dinner quickly for my dad, because my dad used to get out, like at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, because he used to work late. She would literally make the dinner at 4. As soon as it hits 5, she goes into her bedroom and she locks herself in, because she did not want to be in the kitchen by herself. One time, my dad and my brother-in-law were coming home from work. My sister, my mom, and my niece were in the kitchen. My dad was coming inside, and he said that he hurt, like an evil laughter, like very ugly. My dad goes, "It can consider your tan feel. What's he can? Who laughs so ugly like that? Who laughed?" My dad's like, you could hear like an ugly laughter. Mind you, my dad's a skeptic. He does not believe in stuff like that. My tia and my tio live in a mobile home. Apparently, it used to be like an Indian burial ground there. This was like a bad situation that happened in like my dad's side of the family. The kids were taken away, so it was my mom, my dad, my tia, my tio, my cousin. My dad literally heard a baby crying. But it wasn't like a crying, like sad, no. It was like a crying what? They take something away from them. Like you literally heard that coming from a bedroom. My baby brother, he said that. He had spent the night there with my cousin, 'cause they used to hang out all the time. And my baby brother said that everybody went to sleep, and he was the only one that was awake. I think they were playing a video game. I don't remember, but he literally heard somebody say, "The one that has scared me the most is here. Is the one. I'm living here because I live with my in-laws. I was a part of, I want to say 7. 8 in the morning, my kids were asleep. My husband was asleep, everybody was asleep. I was the only one that was awake. So I make myself my morning coffee watching TV. I specifically heard footsteps, like coming from the hallway. I was like, waiting for one of my kids to come out of the bedroom. Nothing. Nobody. What my husband said that the nephew of his had saw, like a shadow, 'cause my mother-in-law, she has pictures of my nieces on the wall, like up from their quinceañera. He saw like a shadow go by those pictures, from one end to the other end of the pictures, which very, very weird. I also saw a shadow person here. I was washing the dishes from like the corner of my eye. I literally saw like a shadow go to the hallway. I went to go peek, nothing. I asked my husband, I'm like, have y'all done like the research of this house? I'm gonna try to get my husband just to tell his stories. Mike and Gabby were both present during the recording for this story. And up next, Mike is going to share some of his own experiences. We've been here for since early 90s, and I think this house was built sometime in the mid to late 80s, and we moved here in the early 1990s. I'll say 91 in the previous. Owner here was just some guy who owned a motorcycle, but he was here for such a short time. I don't even know when it even started. To tell the truth, maybe in the mid to late 90s. A friend of mine and he would stay the night every now and then. We were playing a PlayStation 1, just being goofy or whatever. So I hopped over the couch and I went to the kitchen. Got some Kool-Aid. It was a glass cup too. So I placed it on top of the table. There was a phone book there. So I don't remember if I was on top of the phone book or if it was right next to it. I just put my glass there, hopped back over the couch. Out of nowhere, boom. We both turned around. I thought you heard that. Oh yeah, it's obvious. So I got up and I turned on the light, 'cause we had the lights off. I looked around. I think I put my glass on top of this book. And the book was on the floor, like the big old phone book. I was like, oh, I guess it's time to go to sleep. Let's turn off the game and go. I was in my old room and use the restroom. And the restroom is right next to my old room. And I don't know what time. It was super early, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5. I don't know, still dark outside. So I'm still kind of groggy, so I'm going to the restroom. And this is when you had those lights that, you plug into the on the wall candlelight kind of effect. I reached for the door, and the door was creaked open already. So it opened up just a little bit more, and I was like, nope. I just turned around, went back to sleep, held it till sunlight showed up. I would say this was probably around high school times, and my brother was sleeping in the living room. I went to go restroom or whatever. My brother was hiding in the kitchen, crouched down. Goes, hey, Mike. I was like, oh, what are you doing there, man? He's like, something is hitting the glass on the window. At that time, we had a past the backyard. There was a small, dense foresty, section of the field. I guess because there was the main road behind or in front of that. Now, they've built an Arby's or something right there. But a long time ago, there was this creepy forest-like area. It's so small, but when you go in there, it's so dense that it gets dark in there. It's so weird. So anyways, talking about somebody throwing rocks or something, tapping his glass, I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I heard it, and then now I squatted down. We're both squatting down, looking at this window, and I had a dog in the backyard, and he's not even barking or nothing. I was like, I don't know what that was. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go lay back down. You're on your own. So he's like, man, that's messed up. When our kids were real small, we would always get balloons, and I've always hated balloons. So we always had ceiling fans on all the time, and these balloons would always get tangled up. So another reason why I hated them, because I had to untangle. the balloons from the ceiling fans. So one morning, my son, he wanted to have the balloons in the room. We're like, no, 'cause we have a ceiling fan in there, but I kept them in the hallway. So the next morning, I was in the kitchen. How it looked out, the layout would be like our room is at the very end. Then, like the hallway, so we have to go to that hallway. And then it attaches to the living room, and then the living room attached to the kitchen. When you're sitting against the wall where I was at, I could see the hallway a little bit to my left, and the kitchen would be just straight ahead. And then, further down, would be another room, which we called the cuckoo room growing up, because it was always the dark room that now we converted it to like a music room, computer room, which one I'm sitting in right now. But this used to be the cuckoo room. So these balloons, we had them in the hallway, and I'm sitting in the kitchen. And one balloon was just kind of like coasting. And I see it, I was like, what? I could see it like, moving just one balloon. Hey, it's coming out here. The AC is not even on at the time that the ceiling fans are off, 'cause I know they'll get tangled up in there. And this is when the balloons were like, kind of like not full, so they're not to the ceiling, and it wasn't depleted too much, but it was like at about half your height. And I'm just looking at it, I'm like, if it's gonna come to me, that's really weird. It was like just coasting. Coasting comes out of the hallway, does like a slow turn coming kind of towards me, and I'm just like, spoon in my cereal in my hand or something. I'm like looking at it. It just kind of coasted to the Kokuryu room door and just stopped there. Gabby was talking to me and I was looking at her. It was also in the kitchen. And I saw somebody walking in the backyard. And I was like, what was that? And she was like, what? Screaming at me. I just bolted past by her, opened the back sliding door, and I ran outside. There was somebody just walking here. And like the description was, it looked like a female, because this figure has short shorts and like I would say a gray sweater, and looked like they had their hands in her pocket. They had like the hoodie on, but I couldn't see the face. And this was kind of like nighttime too. So it was dark in the backyards. We have a bunch of stuff that my dad has and my brother has over the years. Just sitting in the back, so in the darkness, if you were to just go in there unknowingly, you're gonna trip and fall on something. So I ran out there like so fast, and I didn't see anything. And I was like, what was that? I saw somebody, and also when I went out there, I heard the neighbor's dog just started barking. When I was outside, I was like, okay, if somebody was out here, that dog would have barked. Why did it bark at me? There was these people across the street. They took a picture of their daughters. They were like, oh my gosh. They took a picture of a ghost. And I was like, what are you talking about? Let me see. They had a couple of pictures of our neighbor across the street's daughters. And one of the pictures had like this guy. He'd had like thick rim glasses, the white long sleeve shirt, and you could see it so clear, but he was transparent at the same time. And he was like walking up the street, looking towards not the girls, but like at the camera. It's so clear, but nobody knows who this guy was. Early too, when my space was kind of big, my sister would always add pictures to. And some of those pictures would be like viruses, so I had to do virus checks and stuff like that. So one night I was just sitting there for hours, and my sister and her kids were staying here at that time, so they're like sleeping in the futon. I'm just sitting there, on this laptop, and in the corner of my eye. I saw something move, so when I took another look, I saw a shadow. I swear it looked like a little child. Like child's height, like my nephew's height at the time. Short like a small child. It moved and then it ran into like a parent's room, or like that hallway where the washroom was at, because during that time it was kind of a garage. But it was being built into those rooms. I got up and I was like, was that my nephew? I know he's asleep, and I was like, that's kind of weird. My boys were pretty small. Gabby and the boys were asleep. I, go to the hallway, go to the living room, go to the restroom, and I hear footsteps. It sounded like it came from maybe the hallway. Came to the door and I'm like, oh, it's probably the boys. They probably have to use the restroom or something. So I have to quickly finish my thing. And I hear run stop and then run back. Like maybe they got scared and ran back into the room. I come out, open the door. Nobody's out there. I'm looking okay. That's weird. Go back into the room. And I go to my boys and see Gabby, and they're all asleep. I was like, what was that was so clear? Like somebody barefooted ran, feet running from far away to close and then back. Told Gabby about that. She heard something similar too. And when our firstborn was small, right? I think we had the baby monitor, and it was those things kind of sometimes work. Sometimes they don't, and I think we had it on. And we heard a baby cry from the hallway. And I was like, I think I heard him cry. So we ran over there to go check. And he was sound asleep. If he cried, he would have been awake. I don't think it came from the monitor at all. It's so strange. Everything that's happened with me. It's like I never really got scared. I guess I did. At first it was like kind of creepy. But now I'm like, I don't really care. But I always get real interested, like hyped up when something I see or hear. If there's something here, it's not harmful for sure. If you want to share your own true story, visit me over on True Scary Story. Links to. Everything will be in the description of this episode to get next week's story early and all of our catalog without ads. Try out Scary Plus over on Scary Plus. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story. A warning from my mother. What happens when eerie encounters refuse to be ignored? One man's life has been haunted by inexplicable events. But now, avoiding the supernatural may no longer be an option. My name is Edwin, and here is Andrea's true scary story. My name is Andrea. I'm from South Africa. My mom is the very spiritual one. And because I'm Portuguese, we are part of the Christian Catholic religion. She would tell me a lot growing up about seeing things, or giving messages, or getting messages from somebody, saying something is about to happen in your life. She didn't really influence me as much. And my dad also didn't quite believe in it, as much as what she did, but throughout my life, there's been a few small things that happened that I'd talk to her about. And then she would always turn around to me and say, "Yeah, you see, it's real." When I was 8 or 9 years old, just after my sister was born, we used to live in this very big mining house. So in South Africa, when you work for the mines, which is what my dad used to do, they would provide housing. Now, the housing that was provided was built back in the 1960s. And in this house, there's a lot of wooden floors. You could hear quite well when somebody was walking around through the hallways towards the bedrooms, towards the sitting room. It was quite difficult to sneak around the house. The first encounter occurred one night when I was taking a bath in my parents' bathroom. All of our rooms were on the same side of this house. If you walked down the hallway facing the rooms, my bedroom would be on the right, and my parents would be on the left. The bathroom would also be on the left. but it would be just before my parents' bedroom. I was taking a bath in their bathroom this one evening. My dad was working late due to some incident that happened at the mine. I was playing with my toys in the bath when I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. I could tell that this was my mom walking towards the bedroom. When I saw her walk past, I greeted her and kept playing, thinking everything's normal. She went to fold up laundry in the bedroom. After a few minutes, I heard heavier footsteps coming down the hallway, so I shouted for my dad, thinking that he had arrived home safely. My mother shouted from the bedroom saying, "No, your dad can't be home because he hasn't called me yet. He's still underground dealing with the incident." So I thought that was strange, but carried on playing anyways. And then I heard footsteps coming down that hallway, towards the bedroom again, still sounding heavy. So I thought again that it was my father. I shouted to my mom that, "Hey, Dad is home." But she shouted at me again, saying, "No, he's not home. She still hasn't received the call. He's still at work. He's still underground." Right after she told me that, I heard the footsteps coming towards the bathroom again. But it's as if they were going to walk across the entrance to the bathroom. So I waited, and I looked to see if there was anyone coming through. But I didn't see anyone. The footsteps stopped, and I was looking at the hallway and didn't see anybody there. I faced basically the bathroom door, which was open, and it looked like some weird black cloak disappeared behind the bathroom door. As I was looking at it, I freaked out. I shouted for my mom to come get me. I told her what had happened, so she came running. I kept staring at the door. When she came in, I pointed to the door, trying to explain to her what I just saw. And then she just told me that if I ever see darkness, or see anything that's out of the ordinary, I must pray. She would always be watching over us with regards to the spiritual world. You know, the paranormal. And sometimes she would even tell us things that either hasn't happened yet, and then it would happen, or you know something that we wouldn't have told her, but she knows about it. It's actually frightening sometimes. I'm even getting goosebumps right now, thinking about it, and I have a funny feeling that when I am done here, I'm gonna probably get a phone call from her, saying that, "No, were you talking about me?" 'Cause stuff like that happens. It's weird. This was a few months later. I used to have a pet hamster named Alex in my bedroom. If you go straight into my bedroom, my bed would be on your left. Then I would have a desk at the end of the bed, and then I would have this huge window facing our back garden. While I had my hamster Alex, I had him in a cage, and the cage was always on that desk in front of the bed. When I tried to go to sleep during the night, I would hear the squeaking coming from his little wheel that he would run on. I think it was a few days before the event. He somehow escaped from his cage, and he ran out of my window. We looked inside the cage. We could not find it. We searched quite thoroughly for it, and we just couldn't find Alex the hamster. Few days later, after he had disappeared, I went to bed quite early because it was a school night. I woke up during the night feeling uneasy, as if something is watching you, or someone's there in the corner, just staring down at you with this pressure on you. It's quite a strange feeling. I sat up, and I didn't hear my parents in the television room, so I assumed that it was late enough, that they were already sleeping. I tried to go back to sleep. I heard the footsteps coming down that hallway again, At first, I thought maybe it's my mom, because my mom would stand up, take the dogs outside for them to go and do their business, and then she would come back inside. But it would have been a bit strange if it was just her on her own, because normally she would have the dog's footsteps following behind her. I just kept feeling like there was some sort of pressure surrounding the atmosphere in my room. But I heard the footsteps, and they started getting closer to my bedroom door. My bedroom door would normally be closed enough that I could still have a bit of light coming from the hallway if somebody turned on the light. But there was no light at all. So I know for a fact that it wasn't my mother. Then the feeling of a supposed anxiety got worse. The footsteps kept coming, stopped right outside my door. Something pushed my door lightly so that it could open a bit. And I saw it opening, and I thought, okay, you know what? My mom is just checking up on me. She's making sure I'm sleeping. Because it is a school night, but nobody poked. Head around to see me nothing. And I began to hear my hamster's wheel start squeaking, as if he was running on it, but running super fast. That's when I just freaked out. I threw the blanket over my head. I screamed out in terror when that squeaking got so loud. It's as if it was right next to me. Mother came running from her bedroom, asking me what's happening. Stopped. We checked the cage. No hamster. After that event happened, we went outside of our front door. So the front door to the whole household was actually quite close to where my bedroom door was. So I always thought that he escaped through the window and into the garden. And the next day, I found him in the garden right in front of the front door, which was amazing. He came back. My mom said that something was kind of affecting me, so she said that we need to call somebody to come and cleanse the house, to get the house clean. But my dad was always very against the idea. This would cause quite a lot of fights between them. Money wasn't a problem for us. We were very fortunate. But my dad was always under a lot of pressure at work. Whenever he got home, there would be quite a lot of negativity from his side, because his work was not easy. Especially for the mines in South Africa. It's quite a difficult job to do. So he was under a lot of pressure all the time. Because of that, my parents used to fight quite a lot. So I could hear them sometimes screaming at each other, shouting. My dad would be the first one to really raise his voice. But my mom used to keep saying this thing to him of, "You are bringing such negative energy into our household, and it's affecting your son. So that's basically affecting me." We moved around quite a lot because of my dad's work. So we moved into this brand new house. We had an upstairs and a downstairs. This is why. This makes these events a bit strange for me, because nobody has lived in this house at all. We were the first family to live in this house. This was about 2 years after my sister was born. This one night, my sister and we were downstairs. My sister was sleeping on a 2-seater couch. Opposite me and I was on the other. Similar 2-seater couch watching TV. My sister's sleeping. She's tossing and turning a little bit, but nothing is bothering her as much. Next, out of the blue moment, she wakes up, she looks at me, and as if it was a ticking time bomb, she just started screaming, as if somebody was physically hurting her. So I got up, I ran to her, and I tried to calm her down. And a few moments later, my mother came down, asking, "What did I do? What did I do?" So my mother came, picked her up. She calmed her down. And then my mother sat on the couch with my sister, and everything was fine. We carried on watching TV. My sister fell asleep, my mom's arms. My mom put her down next to her, just to give her a more comfortable position to lie in. After a few minutes, once again, out of the blue, starts freaking out. Just didn't make sense. But she did this thing where she would sit up. She starts screaming. But then she's pushing something in front of the couch. She's like extending her arm away, as if something is attacking her from under the couch. So she just kept extending her arm, trying to push something away. We are going towards her. My mom picks her up, and she's still got her arm extended, pushing whatever it is. We both freaked out by what's happening. So my mom just takes her starts praying. Still don't know what happened. But my sister talked about it later on, when we got older, and she says no. She remembers that. It was these black dogs trying to attack her. They were trying to drag her away. That's what she remembers. That's so quite strange. Time passed. We still in this new house. I'm sleeping in my room if you climb up the stairs. The first door directly in front of you was the entrance to my bedroom. Left was the office/study room. And then on the other side of that was my parents' and my sister's bedroom. I fell asleep that night and woke up with that same uneasy feeling I had in the other house. I'm lying down facing the entrance, and I can see my cupboards, where my clothes and toys used to be packed away. And I saw that my middle cupboard where my toys were was left open, which is a very strange thing to happen, because every time I went there to put on my clothes before climbing into bed, I was taught from my parents that I must always close a cupboard and don't leave it open. I could see like an outline of the shelves, and it was very bright, like white. So even though it was dark, you could still make out a little bit of the shape of the shelves. Once I saw that, there was kind of like a weird cloth that I saw in the previous house coming out of the cupboard, but sloping downwards like smoke. If you've ever seen cold vapor, whatever flowing down the shelf, if you open the freezer during a really hot day, and you see that vapor just crawl underneath and fall straight down because it's cold. It was like that, but it's black. I tried to close my eyes, didn't want to look at it, but I looked at the cupboard again, and that's when I saw these two. Bright red eyes looking at me, and I jolted awake, like your body just jumps up from, as if you got a fright when you're falling. Screamed my lungs out. Even our house alarm went off, which was also strange, because nobody was at the bottom story, or the downstairs area. It's almost as if the alarm went off at the same time as I did. My mother ran in. She said her famous words. "Okay, just pray. I told you, if you see that, you need to pray, don't let it in." But I was just so freaked out. I didn't think of doing that stuff. The same house again. I think I was lucid dreaming. You can't move your body at all. You can move your eyes, but you can't really move your body at all. So I think in this evening, that's what was happening to me. So I was sleeping and woke up very late in the morning. Can't remember the time, probably off to about 2 a.m., and I couldn't move my body, as if it was like... With an instinct, I looked at the cupboards, where I saw that shadow face thing with the red eyes. But my cupboards were closed. Didn't see anything. So I thought, okay, I'm safe, I felt comfortable. Then I decided to look at my bed, my headrest. That was a big mistake. So I saw this face, like a face that had a mask above my head. It started forming, but it did it in such a way that it's like it just starts appearing out of thin air, solidifying this very vivid, detailed image of a face in front of you. I don't know whose face it was, because it looked like it was wearing a mask. I freaked out. I felt this heavy pressure. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move, but I tried to see if I could wake my body up. I kept trying to move. It still kept coming towards me after it had formed. Eventually, I got feeling in my body and I punched at the face, kind of like a fight or flight response. I remember seeing my arm going through it before he disappeared. Since then, if I ever have like a lucid dream, or if I'm ever awake, but I can't move my body, I will keep my eyes closed because I don't want to see that again. There was just such a horrible pressure after that. And I think that's why I just tried to fight it. My mother would always try and be in control, and she would always cleanse. Even if my dad didn't believe it, she still did it because she believed that it was, like, very important, and she would always protect us. My grandparents are from Portugal. My uncle, my mom's brother, he passed away when he was 24, and my uncle was buried there. So when we went to visit, we stood on top of his grave. And since that first time, I always have like a comfortable feeling that he's around me. You know that I know everything is fine. And my mother says that he is always around the kids, always around my sister and I. He is our guardian angel. He is protecting us. And I think that's sometimes why I see things, even if I don't believe them. I will still experience small things. My mother is quite a big role in all of this stuff because of her being more religious. So everything, ironically enough, kind of ties around her. I used to have an ex-girlfriend in high school. Her mother passed away when she was about 3 years old. So she hasn't had a mom for many years. It was quite sad, but, you know, she carried on. So we started going out. She used to tell me about her mom, and, you know, I used to see her, pictures of them when my ex was a little baby, with her mom on her mom's lap. What happened with this story was, she told me about her mom, and she would sometimes have quite vivid dreams, as if her mom was still around her. I always thought, I don't think there's anything there. Maybe there's no meaning to the messages that your mom's trying to give you in your dreams. So she would say that her mom in her dreams would say, no, that she's found someone that she can talk to. And I thought, okay, that's very weird. Then she says that her mom felt a pulling force towards another person. It wasn't me, because I didn't really feel anything change, and nothing happened to me specifically. However, because we were going out, and her mom kept telling the daughter that, oh, I'm feeling a pulling force. She was actually feeling that pulling force to my mom, so I disregarded everything she said. But a week after that, my mom says, listen, she's not feeling well. There's someone that is bothering me when I'm trying to sleep, and I asked my mom, what do you mean I don't understand? Who is someone? So my mom says no. She woke up, she saw this lady talking to her, and she wanted my mom to try and communicate with her daughter through my mom. She kept bugging my mom for 2 nights, and my mom eventually had enough, and she came to me and said, listen, I need to have a talk with this girl. I need her to come over now. I need to sit down, because this lady is bothering me the whole time. I cannot sleep, it's messing me up. So much so that my mom even looked sick. My ex came over, we sat down around a table. My ex didn't have to say anything. My mom told her everything about her mom, how she passed, why she wants to communicate with her. She wore glasses, a specific accessory that you need for every day. So she says no. She wore these black glasses, and she did this. And these are the common things that she would want you to remember her for. And my ex broke down in tears saying, she can't even explain, because she never told me all of those details to me, so that I would tell my mom no. My mom knew all of this stuff all by herself. That was very scary. Still, these things happen. And my mom still says you are sensitive to it. Even if you deny it, you still gonna see it because you're sensitive to it. But I don't know, I'm 27 years old now. It's freaky that it still happens. You know, they say that dogs can see this sort of thing. We have a little pickiness. Sometimes during the night, he stares at the door and he barks and he doesn't stop. This one last event happened about 2 weeks ago. I normally set my alarm for 5 a.m. or 5 a.m. so that I can drive to work, because it's about an hour's drive. But what happened this morning? I forgot that I actually switched it off. So my first alarm went off. I would normally snooze it. Then my second alarm would go off 30 minutes after the first one. But this morning I switched both of them off. Don't know how, but that happened. Now it's 6 in the morning when I always leave for work. I was in dreamland. I heard this scream. Like this loud shout as if it was right in my ear. That woke me up, and you wake up. You get a fright, you trying to catch your breath. That's how I was. I thought, what's happening? Is it my girlfriend? Is she okay? Because we live together. So she's next to me. So I thought, oh, maybe she's screamed no. She's passed out. She's not even facing my direction. Whatever it was, woke me up at the exact time that I had to go to work. So then I phoned my mother about this, and I told her the story of what happened. As I'm telling her the story, she tells me no. I'm getting goosebumps right now, just hearing you. Tell me about this woman that screamed. And then she starts asking me questions like, was she old? Was she young? I said to her, I don't know. I can't really tell how. The difference between an old and young scream. But it's a scream. And then she tells me it's weird that it's a woman. Because it would sound maybe like your uncle and not somebody else. So then my mom says, listen, you need to be careful because it would be, maybe possible that it's your uncle. If it's a man's voice, but if it's a woman, maybe it's something else. So be careful. Do you know of someone who has a true scary story that takes place in the woods? Let me know by going to truescarystory.com and to get in touch or join our Scary Plus members that get to listen ad-free. Check out scaryplus.com or get in touch with me if you have any questions. I'll leave links to everything in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story, Unwelcome Visitor. Don't listen to this one alone. What she thought was her uncle's spirit returning turned into a terrifying encounter that she will never forget. My name is Edwin, and here is Angie's true scary story. My name is Angelica. I live in Murrieta, California. This happened in Temecula, California. More Winchester. Past Lake Skinner, its very secluded area hills, cows, fences, and your closest neighbor is about a mile away. At night, it was pretty scary. The only lights you can see were the houses that you can see through the hills. Around this time, my parents had divorced, and we lived in a home in Monrovia Valley. In that home, I experienced a lot of dark energy. During their divorce, it was very ugly. I have to say it was like a spiritual battle going on. We ended up moving to my aunt and uncle's home. In Winchester, they graciously opened up their home to us because my mother had nowhere to go at this time. my uncle and my aunt. They were working, and they had their own business. They were pretty well off. They had a beautiful property. It was a ranch, we call it El Rancho. It was a one-story flat, and with 3 houses in the back. The only people who would come were those who lived there. Around 1995, I was 13 or 14 years old. My uncle passed away. It was very unexpected. He had gotten into a car accident. It was pretty tragic. He actually ended up on the news. We didn't know what to make of this, or how to move past this. He was a pretty big part of our family. He had such a huge personality. He was a father figure to a lot of people. Especially me during that time, it was very hard. 2 months later, or still getting over his passing. This happened early in the morning. I was sleeping. I heard 3 knocks. It was like somebody knocking on the door. It wasn't fast, it was like a normal knock. The first one was like knock. The second round got a little bit louder. Third round got a little bit louder. I was awoken up by the second 3 knocks. I was just laying in bed. I was looking around. I knew that it was very early. I didn't hear birds chirping. I didn't hear the dogs barking. Again, I hear 3 loud knocks. I'm looking around and I'm scared. I'm just thinking to myself, am I the only one who's awake? Am I the only one who's hearing this? I turn to my cousin who's laying next to me. We shared a room. I go to wake up my cousin. I push her. She does not wake up. I hear 3 loud bangs again. The door that these bangs are happening on. They're on a security gate. This door is really sensitive. You can hear a tap, or if you close it, it vibrates throughout the whole house. My cousin is not waking up. I'm just thinking to myself, what is going on this early in the morning? It's a house full of people. I slowly walk out. I peek my head out into the hallway, and I look. I'm quiet. I didn't say anything. I'm just looking to see if anybody else is hearing it. In this property, when you walk out into the hallway, I have turned left. You immediately come to the kitchen on your left, and then to the right is the door. In the kitchen, there is a bar countertop with 3 bar stools, and the very first one, and the end was my uncle's favorite chair. I'm walking slowly throughout the house. I walk over to his favorite chair, and I sit there. During this time while I was walking, I didn't hear any more banging or knocking. I was like, okay, I'll just sit here and wait. I don't know what that was about, but I'm the only one awake so far. I sit down and I look around, confused, but also waiting for something. Then again, I heard 3 loud bangs, and this time they were so loud it was like gunshots. I jumped out of the chair. I was terrified. I ran over to the door. I opened it, and I opened the security gate. There was nobody there. My uncle's favorite dog was outside. He was just walking towards me. And then he turned his head. He must have seen something. I'm guessing it was my uncle. He jumped up and he was extremely happy to see somebody. That wasn't there. I had no idea. Nobody that I can see was there. He was jumping up and down, wagging his tail. And this is a very lazy dog, he does. Doesn't really give attention. Unless it's somebody very specific. I was just very focused on that. It was hard for me to process everything that was going on. My uncle, who was staying with us, ended up opening the window after this had transpired. And he goes, "Do you see that?" I go, "Yeah, I see that." He's just dumbfounded. He's just looking at me with his mouth open. I just stand there finally. Everyone slowly starts to wake up. My aunt comes out. What was that? Or what's going on, my cousin? who previously I tried shaking awake. She comes over to the kitchen. Everyone has this like, "What's going on?" look on their face. They're asking questions, and I said, "You guys didn't hear those 3 loud knocks." My tia, who knows far more about spirituality and what certain things mean than I do. She says, "Wait, how many knocks?" I said, 3 knocks. She just stood there and she goes, "Why did you open the door? Why didn't you come and ask me?" And I was just, I don't know. I was so confused, and I was like, did I do something bad? My tia, she just stayed quiet. She wasn't mad at me. She was mad at what was going on. She stood quiet. My cousins looked at me and they're like, "You don't know what that means?" And I go, "No, I don't. I personally think that I was targeted. Everyone else was put to sleep." She had a maid who's still alive, by the way, who practices Santeria. She would do these little rituals. I was there to witness them, to see them. So after this event transpired that night, she was called by my aunt to come back because she was visiting family, either in Mexico or in Los Angeles. She explained to her what happened and what's going on. "You need to come. You need to cleanse the home. You need to do something because I know something's off." My aunt was like, I knew something was going to happen because she was gone. I don't know the background and what was going on, but I knew that they would do veneration spells or ask Mythia's maid to conjure in spirits or get consultations through people that they trusted in the spirit world. Now I know some people, or those that are listening, may feel like that's not possible, but it truly is. There are people out there who can invite spirits into them. She was that person. She was the one that was cleaning, and she was organizing. And then all of a sudden, she would faint. And then it would be somebody completely different. She was just only Spanish speaking, and she would start talking perfect English, like in a deep voice, like a man's voice. I would just yell, "Tia Blanquita fainted again." She knew exactly what that meant, though I was a little scared of her. My aunt and uncle spoke to her in Spanish. Whenever she would say something, my cousins would have to translate. It was in perfect English. That really threw me off. I was scared. That was the very first time I had ever seen anything like that. I had never experienced seeing any sort of ability to that degree before. Like I've heard of maybe a witch or something and stuff like that for Halloween. But I just never understood the gravity or the level of abilities that some people may have. I'm here at the house and I'm scared because I have no idea what's going to happen. All I know is that I would hear cabinets open and close. My cousins were afraid to go, use the restroom by themselves. The tension in the air and what everyone was feeling was just scared. My aunt was upset, but she told me, "You might have let in a demon." She goes, "You've never heard about not opening doors, especially when doors are being knocked. And there's nobody there, somebody's knocking. And of course, we're in the middle of nowhere." I thought it was maybe family or something. The maid comes back and she walks in the door, and it reminds me of that scene from Poltergeist where the psychic comes through the door. She just looks around, and she has a very serious look on her face. She asks my aunt what she's been experiencing. And just to go back a little bit, it took her like 5 days to get back from where she was at because she was visiting family. So she wanted to spend her time. How do we fix what's happened? Because I don't want to live in fear anymore. She goes, "I can't even go into my bedroom because I feel like somebody's watching me. Couldn't take a shower alone. I had to ask my cousin to come to the restroom with me, to sit down, because I was so scared. Everyone had that same feeling. So the maid she has, I guess one of her spirits that she communicates, that comes through her to my aunt, ends up coming to her like an hour within who she's at in the house, from when I was told she's a nun. She's a nun who had passed away, maybe in a different century. She basically says somebody sent something to you. I guess my aunt and uncle had a lot of people that were jealous of them, of their success, that also practiced or dabbled in maybe some black magic. They waited for whatever low vibrational or dark entity to be sent to her home. Of course, me being the vulnerable one, I was the one who opened the door. And I don't live with guilt. It was just more of not knowing. Maybe a little bit of ignorance. No one ever talks about that. No one ever told me. Later on that night, the maid. She's cleaning, she's working, and she faints. It's my uncle. He starts speaking through her. You have to know that. Whenever a spirit enters someone's body, that person takes on their mannerisms. That person takes on their whole personality. That's who they are, how they walk, how they speak. Even her face changed. Everyone had their mouth covered and was crying. He said he didn't want to die. He came back, but he brought something with him. If you can travel, or if you can maybe hitchhike, or if spirits make deals, and I don't know, I always try to rationalize, thinking, why would he do this? Or is there something that might have followed him? Then again, knowing that somebody else sent it, that ended up making sense. The maid was walking around just like him, opened the fridge, started drinking the way that he drank. My uncle, he was a drinker. He enjoyed his alcohol. He started to drink. Or she started to drink. The maid started to talk to my aunt. He was just saying how sorry he was. And in mid-sentence, that's when she fainted. Once the maid ends up fainting, she's exhausted. She cannot do anything. She needs to rest, because it's so much energy that's being used. So she rests. The next day, she performs this ritual with a huge pan on the floor. She puts all these herbs in the middle. I had no idea what was going on. I just know that I was a part of it. It was just so interesting to see her gather up all these ingredients, and there were just flowers and herbs and different types of roses. I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay. I had a million questions. I'm like, am I going to get hurt, or what's going to happen? Everybody else pretty much knew. What she was doing was for the betterment. Me being newer and not being exposed to this at all. I was a little scared, but my cousin talked me down. This is so we can help move him out. Help move him on where he needs to go. I said, okay, if that's what it's for, I'm all in. She puts balm or incense into the pan, and there's a good smoke going. She starts singing these prayers, these words, and she's praying. Each of us had to walk over the pan, but in a cross. We walk up, walk back, and then go to the other side. So then it was like, you would make the sign of the cross. Each of us had to do that. After that was done, she had to go through each room, everywhere in the house, and do her thing. I didn't follow her, even though I wanted to, because I was so interested in what she was doing. I just stood back. After that, she says, okay, give it time. Probably within an hour, the house felt so beautiful. Everything was lifted. Everything felt back to normal. Even though he had passed away, it didn't feel like anybody was there staring at me. The house didn't feel heavy anymore. I wasn't living in fear. We didn't hear things throughout the house. I was happy in that sense. But I was just sad because I let whatever was in. Even now, I have the conversation with my kids. If you ever hear knocks, if you ever hear anything at the door, you always look. You just don't ever automatically open the door. My kids always ask me why. Because sometimes there's things out there that are not good that will come to your door and knock. Sometimes you won't see anybody. You might hear a voice, because that's happened before to my aunt. She's told me that something comes knocking on her door, and she's heard a voice, and there's nobody there. I just tell them always look, especially knocks in 3. Just being involved in my aunt's home and getting to know my aunt's maid, I ended up asking her questions. And since I don't know Spanish really well, I asked my cousin to ask her. She ended up telling me that when she lived in her country, she was a teenager, she was told that she's a schizophrenic because she would hear voices. She would see things. People just thought that she had either schizophrenia or she was undergoing psychosis. So she was cast out of her family for a while because she was experiencing all these things that she had no idea what was going on. One day she just couldn't take it. She ran away from home. She ended up on the streets of Mexico. She was just laying on the floor covering her ears. And she was saying, "No, Maz, I can't take this anymore." She said, a woman came up to her, showed her hand, and she said, "You're not crazy. I see it in you. You have the gift to Tatianis Eldon." When she told me that, I got immediate chills. I was like, wow, she just saw you and saw that in you. She goes, yeah. She took me under her wing. And this was a lady that she's never met before. She just explained to her, and she sat her down. She goes, "I'm going to teach you how to use your gifts, or else you're going to live your life feeling like you're crazy. You're most likely going to end up ending yourself because you don't know how to wield it into your favor." I was told by the maids that I had certain abilities. I feel like I might be clairvoyant or clairaudient. A lot of information comes through me, through dreams or through knowing. I've carried that with me. I hear those same thoughts in my mind, and it's almost like I'm not thinking them. If you want to share your story with us, head on over to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. We'll get in touch to see if we can record it. To support our show and get episodes without ads, check out Scary Plus over on scaryplus.com. It's free for 2 weeks and then for $99 a month. You can cancel anytime. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. 1. Please listen to the story, Our Home on Cursed Grounds. The house that we were living in was built in 1946. Strange, weird things were happening, from my grandfather all the way up to me. My grandfather, he was the first one to experience stuff. He was full-blood Cherokee Indian. So he was all about the native, the tales. His first experience, he was in the army. He would go outside, do the perimeter check. And he said one night, when he was close to the alley, he saw this dog that didn't have a head, but you can hear a bark. At the same time, he sees this dog. Something from under the ground wraps around his legs and does not want to let him go. So he started praying in Cherokee. He was a prayer warrior, for sure. It eventually let him go, and he went in the house. That was the very first incident he had. My aunt had a lot going on with her too. She said that she saw him in the yard walking around, and she called out to him. He wouldn't answer. She finally said, "Dad." And when he turned around, he had laser red, glowing eyes that looked at her and then looked away. And she ran in the house and my grandfather. He was in the house making a sandwich in the kitchen when my aunt was around 12 years old or so. It was about midnight or something like that. So it was dark, it was really late. He said that he saw something carrying my aunt. I don't know if it's a demon or if it was. Whatever it was carrying my aunt. My grandfather, he asked, "Who are you?" He was a medicine man also, so he was never afraid of things like that. He was our ghost buster, if you will. He asked it, "Who are you? What do you want with my daughter?" Whatever it was, that thing got spooked from my grandfather. He said, "You need to leave. You're not going anywhere with my daughter." Whatever it was left did not come back to that house. Anyway, my grandmother, she used to work at a daycare center that was like down the street from the house, and my aunt, she would help her. One night, she had sent my aunt back to the house to go get some extra towels and extra bibs to bring back to the daycare center. My mom was out with friends. My uncle was out with friends. The only person that was in the house was my aunt. When she went there, she went to the room, was getting towels and bibs. When she looked up in the mirror, there was some tall thing standing behind her and put its hand on her shoulder. She said that the hand looked like it had very long, talon-like nails. She couldn't move. She said it was really cold. She looked down and looked back in the mirror, and it was gone. She tried to get out of the room. The door wouldn't open, like it was locked, but from the outside, and there was a lock on the inside, but not on the outside. She heard my uncle come in, and she thought that my uncle was playing tricks on her, because that's what brothers do. He let her out and "I just got here. I don't know what, y'all. I just got here." That was it for that night. She went back to the daycare center with my grandmother. I've always been able to see things. Even when I was a little kid, my grandmother had a grandfather clock that had the glass door with pendulum. My cousin, my uncle, my aunt were staying with us for a little while. The adults got the rooms and the kids. Of course, I made a pallet on the floor in the living room. Sometimes I couldn't sleep, actually. That was a lot of the time I couldn't sleep. I would be up and just looking around. And when I was about 4 or 5 is when this happened. And it kept happening like all the time. I would see this lady in the pendulum area of the clock. She was like a Victorian lady, like she had the big poofy bun on top, and she had a Victorian lace dress that would button up all the way up the neck. She would always stare at me and smile. I remember one night, it was always between 2 and 3 in the morning, she actually held her hand out to me. She only did it one time. I don't know what that was about. I don't know if that was an ancestor. I don't know what that was. But I didn't feel threatened. I didn't feel. The kids are very susceptible to things like that. I never felt like it was bad. I was dating this person. That apparently was a very evil-spirited. You don't really recognize things. When you first get into a relationship with someone, you're just all lovey-dovey, and nothing can break y'all kind of thing. I didn't realize that. There was something that's always around her. But my mother did not like this woman at all. Didn't know why. She just knows that she did not like her. Every time she was around, something would happen to my mom. One time, she fell out of nowhere. She just fell. And she said there was another time that she fell. It felt like something pushed her. My ex and me were sitting outside at the time. When that happened, things like that would happen with my mom. And nobody else, just my mom. I think one of the most terrifying experiences would be, I want to say it was November 1st of 2013, 2014. This person, she was the kind of person that stalked you. I didn't realize that this was going to be an issue. It apparently was. One night, I was out there with her trying to just keep the peace. On my street, there is no street lights nearby. There is a street light on either end to the street, for the cross street, but there's nothing like in the middle. So where my house was just like pitch black almost, just the glare from the street lights from afar, we're sitting there, we're talking. I see this dark figure walking towards the car, was dressed in all black. I don't even know if it had a face. It just was just all black. It slowly walked past the car. I'm looking by my driveway, 'cause we're parked on the street. My mom's car is parked in the driveway. There was no more room when this guy, or whatever it was, passed my driveway. They disappeared. Right in front of her face is disappeared. That freaked us both out, but it's like, okay, you know what? Things like this happen around my house all the time. Now mind you, she drove a Nissan Sentra that was a 5-speed. So when you put a manual car in park, you normally put the emergency brake on. That car is not going nowhere. She was parked, had the emergency brake on. We were sitting there and just chilling and talking. All of a sudden, we feel this giant push on this car. The car moved from at least 10 to 15 feet forward. It's in park, and the emergency brake's on. So what do? We get out. We get out of the car. We look on the ground with my phone flashlight, and there is a broken brick on the ground that has an upside-down cross on it. We jetted to the 7th, 11 to get away from there. When we looked to the back of the car on the bumper, like something was underneath the car, pushing the car from the bumper. We drove back to my house, parked in the opposite direction. Now we pulled up. Everything that was on the ground was gone. The brick was gone. Both pieces of the brick was gone, like somebody swept it up. I don't know who it was 2 a.m, but there was nothing on the ground. If someone was out, we would leave the dining room light on. Where the dining room was, it was catty corner to the front door, so you can see the light shining into the door. My front door was like about a 6.5-foot door, with a half-moon stained glass at the top. Now mind you, everyone in my house is about 5'3" at the most. There is no way that anyone in my family, in that house, could see out of that stained glass window. We're talking, starting to get into an argument. I looked to my left, which is where my door was, and I saw a dark figure in the stained glass. I blinked a few times to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing. It was there. I looked away. I was like, oh my God. She looked over there. She saw it too. Then I looked back. It was gone, like nothing was there. I did not go in my house until daylight, because I was not about to go and find out what that was. I've never seen something that scared me like that. There were times when me and my aunt would be sitting on the couch. Now mind you, this house, like I said, was built in 1946, so it didn't have central heat and air. It had a swamp cooler. It's the big thing that sits outside your house, and you have it connected to a water hose, or you water it every few hours, and it blows air like with a manual fan. It was the winter time when this happened. Me and my aunt were sitting on the couch while we were watching TV. We heard something walking, crushing leaves by the water cooler. There was this very demonic growl. That happened outside that night. And then we moved to the other couch. There was also demonic growling behind the couch. I had an ex that I was with at the time. I woke up, I want to say it was like 2:30. Something like that, about 2:30. I looked over, her back was facing me. Her room is pitch black, no lights. Not even from the bathroom, nothing was on. I turn over and I look at her. When I tell you, her head, and only her head, turned around to face me. When she faced me, her eyes opened up and they were the same red, glowing eyes in mine. My father had in Dallas. I got up, I went in the living room. It was dark. Her mother is there sitting in the dark and asked me, "What's the matter? You can't sleep." I said, "No, ma'am, I cannot." "What are you doing in the dark?" I turned the light on. She wasn't there. That was the last time that I spent the weekend over there. I never told her about that, because I was afraid it would happen again. I don't know if that was a warning to save myself from something, or if that was just something just to scare me. I have no clue. At that time, my grandfather, he was still living. I could talk to him about anything. So when something like that would happen, he was able to tell me things. He was telling me that particular incident with the glowing eyes. There's someone trying to keep you away from her. There's something that's not right. I don't know what it was. I don't know if the mom was doing something. I don't know, because, like I said, she was there in the living room. But when I turned the light on, she was gone. I was doing DoorDash because I almost died last year. And I came home to like a $500 light bill. Being on a wound vac and trying to work is very bad, but I had to make money for my light bill. So my lights won't get cut off, because it was a summertime and in Texas. It's hot as hell here, like it prepares you for hell. I'm doing the DoorDash thing, right? I have my brother with me. My wife was with me, and she was in the front seat. He was in the back seat. I want to say we were in Roanoke, Texas. Because we do DoorDash, it takes you wherever. That's where the money is. That's where I'm gonna go. I had just dropped off at someone's house, and we were leaving to go back to civilization on this pitch black road. There was one street light way down, right before you gone into the highway. I saw this dark figure all in black. I want to say the figure was really tall and slender. It had no face. This one had no face. It was just a black void. If you will, it was just like contorting. Like the head was like the head, but had no face. Was moving around, contorting in the legs. My wife saw it also. We both looked at it. Like you see those horror movies where bones are cracking and stuff. That's what it was doing, standing up. Walking, but contorted at the same time. When I passed it, it disappeared. I said, "Babe, did you see that she started praying her prayers?" I'm just so glad that I didn't have car trouble. I think my grandfather gave me, along with God, of course, the gift of dreams. Because I have dreams about things that are gonna happen. Some of the things that I've dreamt have happened, because it kind of feels like deja vu in a way. If I dream something, it's probably gonna happen, like within the next month or so. I guess the warning dreams, maybe premonition dreams, look like that. I've always been very cautious. My grandfather, he always said, if you see something, something follows you. You just walk away. That was always a rule of thumb with us. If we see something, just walk away. Just pretend like it's not there. Pray it'll go away eventually. My grandfather, he raised me from 6 to 18, so I lived in the trailer park with him. And my step-grandmother. That night we were having a Halloween party. It was late, we decided to go for a walk on the Trinity River Bridge. Now at that time they had blew up half of the bridge because they were repairing it. So there was like a giant space in between one end to the other. That night we all decided to go out there. Chill out for a little bit. It was like midnight. Where the bridge is, it's woods on both sides, like woods and the river. We're there, we hear something. We like, okay, we're leaving, we're going back. We started walking back, and all of a sudden, you hear rustling in the bushes again. Then it moves to the other side, and it goes back to the other side, and goes to the other side. We ran back to where the party was, 'cause, yeah. No, it was Halloween. It was the weekend. We were sitting outside in my friend's house, and all of a sudden one of my other friend, like freaked out, he ran like he made a beeline to the bushes. He stayed in there for a little bit. Some other friend went to go get him. And something happened to him in those bushes. Because when my other friend had brought him out, he had to hold him up with his arm around his neck and hold him up and walk him back to the house. He had his head down while he was walking to the house. When he looked up at me, and only I saw it, he had the same red, glowing eyes. Fast forward a few hours later, everything calms down. My friend's window curtains was open. I took a picture of the boys, sitting in front of the window. Now when I took this picture, it was the 3 boys, and then for whatever reason, my friend had a digital clock that stopped working. Like it started blinking. It was blinking 11:34 upside down. 11:34 upside down spells hell. Okay, I take the picture. Everything's good. A few days later, I get to develop the pictures. That picture that I took of the 3 of them had the clock in the picture that said hill, and there was somebody's face in his window. The guy had been about 6'2". Arumuna. I don't know if it was somebody just being a peep, and Tom or what, but I know that when I looked in the lens. Taking the picture, there was nobody there but the 3 boys. A couple died in our house. It was an older couple. Now, I don't know if they are the ones that are haunting it. I'm pretty sure it's gotta be something more demonic. Because demonic growling. Seeing that big old shadow person in the door, that doesn't seem like peaceful to me. That's why it freaks me out. When there's an open door or an open window, and it's dark outside, like a closet, and all closets have to be closed, I will not sleep with a door open. It has to be closed, a window, especially at nighttime, needs to be closed. The curtains need to be drawn. I don't want to see outside, and I don't want nothing to see me inside. To share your own story with us, head on over to TrueScaryStory.com and fill out the form. And if you know of someone who might like this too, make sure you send it to them. To support our show and listen without ads, try out Scary Plus. It's free for 2 weeks and then $4.99 a month, and you can cancel whenever you want. It's over on scaryplus.com. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story. The Man in the Top Hat. Growing up in a haunted house is one thing. But what if the spirits follow you wherever you go? This is a chilling account of a family tormented by ghosts, demons, and dark entities. My name is Edwin, and here is Chris's true scary story. The earliest memory of anything happening that I can remember is I was probably around 6 years old. We had this house, my grandparents lived there. It was in Virginia, so it was a very, very old house. There was a lot of us. So there was my mom, my dad, myself, my 2 younger siblings, and my youngest brother. Generally, when there is a lot of people in one home, things become very active. You feel things, you sense things, you pick up on things. When we moved in, my grandmother told us that there is a spirit in the house, and my grandmother was involved in a lot of different things like tarot cards and doing readings and things like that. So she was already very sensitive. She would tell us, "Hey, there is a spirit in this house. We call him Angel," and she just wanted to let us know, in case we saw anything or felt anything. I remember never feeling comfortable in that house. I always felt like somebody was watching me. I never physically saw anything, but it was just creepy. I just did not want to be in that house. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it made me feel. There was this one time that me and my sisters were playing, and we were playing very, very loudly. My grandma, she's in the kitchen. She comes running out of the kitchen, telling us that we need to be quiet because she saw the spirit. She saw Angel. There was a door in the kitchen that led to the garage, and she said that she saw a white mist coming from the bottom of the door into the kitchen. She started screaming like we heard her scream. So she runs into the living room yelling at us. Mind you, my grandmother never yelled at us when we were kids. We would write on her white couch with markers, and she never yelled. So for her to come into the living room, screaming and yelling at us, I knew something bad had happened. So me being my 6-year-old self, I yelled, "I hate Angel. I don't care what Angel says." And then the very next day, I come down with this strange virus. We didn't even know what it was, but I remember being insanely sick, to the point where I was actually admitted into the hospital, and I was in the hospital for 3 days. No doctors, nobody can find anything wrong with me. And I remember my parents talking to my grandmother, and they said, yeah, it was Angel. It was the spirit that had attacked me physically that was causing me to become so ill. My grandma actually told us that the owner of the house had shot himself in the head in the attic. You can only access the attic through the garage. So it made sense when my grandma was saying that. She saw that mist coming from the door because it LED'd to the attic. The next time we experienced something, it happened in this house. It was in Little Washington, North Carolina. Another really large, old, creepy house all on the East Coast. I was probably around 8 or 9 when this happened. We didn't really feel things, like we would see things, but we didn't really feel anything. Except for my one sister. She was probably around 7, and she would talk about the dark man. She would tell us that he would follow her. He would watch her, and he was this tall, slim, dark figure, and he had a top hat. And I asked her, well, how long has the dark man been following you? And she said, all my life. There was this one instance where it was really late at night. My father was watching TV in the living room. My mom was asleep. Me and my younger sister, we had woken up in the middle of the night, and we realized, hey, Jen's not here. She's not in bed. Where is she? So we go downstairs, and the way that the house was set up is there's a huge living room with the TV. There's a couch in the middle, and then there's stairs that lead up to our bedrooms, because we were sleeping upstairs at the time. So when you come down the stairs, You can see the TV, and there's this tiny little hallway to the side that's kind of casted and, in the moonlight, in the dark, so to speak, because it was really, really dark, even with the TV on, because of how large the living room was. So me and my younger sister, we come downstairs and we see her in this dark corner, bathed a little by moonlight, and we can make out that she is standing in that corner, holding a steak knife. All she's saying to herself is she's saying, "Kill John, kill John, kill John, kill John, kill John, kill John." That's my dad's name. So we go to her, and I'm shaking her, and I'm like, Jen, what's going on? What's going on? And she's just saying over and over, "Kill John, kill John, kill John." Me and my younger sister are just looking at her, and she's like in a trance, and she's just saying this over and over again, to the point where I'm like violently shaking her, and she finally snaps out of it up. She's like, "Oh my gosh, it told me to kill our father." She gets her finger and she points into the dining room. No light whatsoever, and she said that over there. She described it as a black figure with super red, glowing eyes. I today believe that that was a demon. There's no other thing for it. And I was like, Jen, let's put the knife away and let's go upstairs. And let's go in bed. And she was really weak, just kind of like swaying a little bit. So we took her back upstairs later in bed. And me and my younger sister at the time, we did not want to go to sleep because we did not know what was going to happen. Was she going to wake up in the middle of the night and do it all over again? After that, we just started praying and we're like, please God, don't let this happen again. Please God, shed your blood of protection upon us. Because my family is very, very religious. And the very next day we were like, hey, do you remember doing this? She had no recollection whatsoever of that happening. We're all in our late 30s now. And she's like, no, that never happened. I wasn't sleepwalking. I wasn't dreaming. Me and my little sister both have this memory of her doing this. We know that it happened, even though she doesn't believe us. We never actually told anyone. This is the first time that I am talking about this since we were little kids. Another situation that we had, this was a house that we had, again, lived in with my grandparents and my aunt and her son. So there's 9 people living in a 3-bedroom house. Super, super tiny house with just a lot of people. Everyone had an experience in this house. I was around maybe 9. This is when I actually saw the dark man that my sister had talked about. I remember that it was really late at night. My grandma was asleep on the bed that I was on. In my sister's cause, she would always sleep with us. And I remember I was watching TV. It was super late at night. And then I just felt this strange feeling come over me, that somebody was watching me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had chills. It got very, very cold. I'm facing the television. Right next to the TV is the door that leads into the hallway. I turn my head. I cannot move. I cannot speak. I remember my eyes popping out of my head because I see exactly what my sister had described. A tall, slim figure with a top hat. No face, no eyes. It's just this dark thing staring at me. I could not move. I could not speak. I wanted to scream. I'm just looking at it, and it's looking at me. And then I remember just closing my eyes and being like, please God, don't let anything bad happen. Please God, let me wake up from this, whatever is happening. Let me wake up from this. I don't want to be hurt. I was scared, terrified. And then I open my eyes and it's gone. The feeling is gone. Everything is gone. I didn't wake up my grandma. I didn't wake up my sisters. But the next day I told them what had happened. So while we're all talking about this, they're like sharing their experiences now. Because we had lived in the house for, I would say probably maybe 3 to 6 months. My sister saw this little girl. So she was in the bathroom, and she was just kind of playing around in the bathroom. You know, there's a big mirror, and she was looking in the mirror, and just kind of doing like funny faces and stuff. She said that she heard something in the bathroom. Nobody is in there with her. It's just her. This was the same sister that we believe had been possessed. She was looking in the mirror. And then she looks to the side, and she said that she sees this little girl with these curls dressed in early 1900s clothing. It was like a pink dress, and she had these ribbons and tights and these pink shoes, and the little girl was just staring at her. It approached her a little bit, and then she looks back in the mirror at herself, and it's gone. She bolts it. She runs out of the bathroom. We were in the bathroom again, and we were like putting on makeup and whatnot. And my sister was with me at the time. We're looking in the mirror, and we're just kind of playing around. You know, we're like, 9 or 10, and then I see this man, and his face is dirty, and he's got like all these cuts and bruises. And he's wearing a black and white striped gel outfit that you would see, like from the 1900s. And he's got this hideous smile, and he's just smiling at me. I would say. I probably stared at him for about 10 seconds. And then it got really cold. And me and my sister looked at each other. And she was like, "You saw something, didn't you?" My younger sister and my younger cousin, who also lived in this house, talked about how they would see this clown. And this clown was again early 1900s with the face paint and the hat and a dirty clown outfit, and he would just watch them. Now, me and my other sister never experienced. We never saw the clown, but my younger sister and my cousin saw it. And neither of them knew what each other was seeing. We didn't talk about this again until we got older. Later, after we moved out of this house, we found out that there was multiple murders. Around the area, we lived next door to a chiropractor. It became a chiropractor. But it was a very old house that they had knocked down, and 2 people were murdered in that house. We also found out, because we lived on a main road, that there was a bunch of accidents and people jaywalking that would be hit by vehicles and that were killed. We don't know what century it took place in. We don't know if it was a 1900s, but we found out that there was murders next door. There's another house that we lived in, and this is up in Michigan. It was a 2-story upstairs. Downstairs, 3 bedrooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms downstairs. Very large kitchen is very large house. My grandparents lived there on my mom's side. My cousins lived there. We lived there. There had to be at least 13 people living in this house. At one time, we called it the Amityville house because everyone saw something. Every person that lived in that house experienced something. It would get worse. When we had like a Christmas party there, and we had 30-some people in the house, that's when I got really, really, really strange. I always felt uncomfortable in this bathroom. It was my uncle's bathroom, and he had painted it all red. We used to call it, the Bloody Mary bathroom. Red carpet, red tile, a black sink, a black toilet, a red shower. Like everything was black and red. It was crazy. My younger sister, her and my cousin were just kind of like in one of the bedrooms with the red bathroom, 'cause it was connected to it. They were just laying on the bed, and they were watching TV, not really doing anything. My sister saw a pen fly across the bedroom, hit the wall, and they're both like, "Did you see that?" It had kind of become normal for us to see these things in this house. So we didn't really make a big stink about it. Like we're like, okay, that happened. My cousin, he fell asleep downstairs on the couch. I was upstairs with my sisters. We were all asleep. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. We're all asleep. My cousin comes running upstairs screaming at me. "Why did you pull my hair? Why are you hitting me? What are you doing?" And we all wake up because he's screaming, and I'm like, "Dude, I was never downstairs. I've been up here the whole time sleeping." And he's like, No. You slapped me in the face and you pulled my hair, and I saw you run upstairs." To this day, he fully believes with his whole entire being that I was the one that did that. Another thing that happened with my grandfather is he was also asleep on the couch. He said he saw these 2 little girls by the living room door, just jumping around, making noise and playing. It's the middle of the night. We're not going to be downstairs bothering my grandfather. We were upstairs asleep. So we hear him yelling, "Stop making noise. Stop playing, go to bed." And we're like, we're upstairs sleeping. But you can hear him yell because there was no door that separated the stairs from the downstairs to the upstairs. And then the next morning he's like, "Why were you guys playing downstairs in the middle of the night?" "I was trying to sleep." We were like, "Grandpa, we weren't downstairs. We were asleep. We heard something. We didn't know if that was you yelling at us or not. But we weren't downstairs." And again, this is another one of those things that happened in this house where we were just like, okay, it's the spirits. It's whatever it is that's here is doing that. I was again 16th, 17, and it was cool to smoke cigarettes back then. So I had stolen a cigarette, stole the lighter, and I had nowhere to go but outside. I went through the kitchen to the back doors again. This is about 2 a.m. I was talking to my cousin on the phone late. You know we were joking around. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go have a cigarette." I make sure that the door that separates me from the downstairs door is open. Because you close that door, it locks. You cannot open that door from the outside. You have to be inside to open the door, so I'm outside. You know, on the cell phone with my cousin. Cell phone, I'm smoking and everything. And it's late at night and we're in a field. And I'm looking around and I'm like, why did I think that this was a good idea? It is really, really creepy out here. I'm like, I need to get back inside. So, the door that I had left open was still slightly open. But to my horror, the door that connects to the kitchen to get in is closed shut. So I am jiggling the handle of this door, and I cannot get in. There was no wind. It was a summer night. There was no storm. No wind that could have shut that door from the inside. Nothing. It had to have been something that was on the inside of the house that did this. So I'm jiggling the handle, and I'm crying now because I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't get in the house, I can't get in. Nobody's gonna find me until they start to wake up. So I was out there crying on the phone with my cousin. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't get back in the house. What am I going to do for at least 15 minutes? And then I see the light turn on. My grandma is in the kitchen to get water. And I'm like, Grandma, could you please let me in? And she opens the door and she's like, what are you doing? I was like, Grandma, did you close the door? And she's like, no. I literally just came in here to get some water. What are you talking about? There was no one in here, all the lights were out. I just came to get some water. And then we both looked at each other and we were like, It was just another experience. Just something strange that happened. It was just one of those things. There is so much that happened in this house that everybody experienced. And I honestly can't even keep track of everything that happened. I saw an ant through a window that had passed away. Whatever this energy was, whatever this spirit was, it liked to take the form of people. Because we always thought that it was each other. Like my grandpa saw us kids downstairs. My cousin saw me pull his hair. It always took the shape this was a very common thing. We knew my aunt had told me multiple times, like when they were over for Christmas, that she would see me go into the bathroom and then leave the bathroom. And this is the red bathroom. Go into the bathroom, leave the bathroom. Well, I'm not even there. I'm downstairs. So when I went upstairs, she was like, weren't you just up here? Didn't you go into the bathroom? That wasn't me. I wasn't up here. I was downstairs. The house wasn't uncomfortable. We didn't feel uncomfortable in the house because there was so many of us. And we kind of just knew. You know this thing. It likes to take shape of us. Whatever it is. We never did any sort of research on the house. But we had left, and then a few years later, my grandparents had sold it. And whoever they sold the house to, they demolished it. The only thing we know is literally everybody in that house saw something. From the oldest to the youngest. My cousin, who was way old at the time, she was in her third. I have a lot of family. She made something called an angel board. She had this square cardboard cutout. And she wrote all the letters of the alphabet. It was a handmade Ouija board, but she never called it that. She called it the angel board. She didn't want to scare us. So she brought this board into the Amityville house. We're already experiencing things. So we're like, you know what? Let's play with it. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can find out who the spirit is. We would do like this prayer before we would start. And it goes like, we call upon our guardian angels to protect us and to watch over us and to guide us. We would use this little shot glass where we would all put our fingers on. And we would wait, until something happened. There was this one spirit that would come through. When he was a boy, he was about 15 or 16. He had told us that he died in a car accident. We would ask it, like, where are you? Are you in heaven, Where are you contacting us from? It would always just, say the dark place. The dark place. We didn't know what that meant. We knew he was in a car accident. He gave us a description of himself. Brown hair, brown eyes, all of this fun stuff. And then we wanted to see if it knew anything about us. So we would ask, tell me what color shirt I'm wearing right now. And we would all just kind of, look at each other and see if it would move. It would go to pink blue. It would name the colors that we were wearing. And we were all like, did you do that? Did you move it? Did you move it? Everybody was like, no, I did not move that thing. Then we started to ask questions about our future. Are we going to get married? Are we going to have kids? And it told me that my grandfather would die very soon. And it just said, blood disease, blood disease, blood disease. A few years later, my grandfather had diabetes, and he had an infection in his foot that went into his bloodstream, and he unfortunately passed away. That little boy that told us these things followed us every time we would play with the board. Again, it was another house. This is my aunt and uncle's house. It was a huge house, and this was somewhere in Indiana. We were, 16, 17. We're all over here at my aunt's for Easter. Let's play with the board. Let's see what it does. We brought out the board and we played with it. And of course, that same boy came through. And we were just talking to him. And then once we were done, we're like, okay, let's put the board away. We're all sleeping in this one bedroom. We're sleeping on the floor. It's a bunch of people, all the beds are taken. So we're just sleeping on the floor. So I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm like, okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. The light is off. I walk into the bathroom. It's a tiny bathroom. It's super dark. I open up the door. The mirror is right in front of the door. I'm looking through the mirror and I see this boy. Brown hair, brown eyes. Scratches blood on his face. And I see him, and he's staring back at me. I was scared because it felt like all of the light from the room, if there was any light that came, was gone, and I can make out his face. The description that he gave us in the board was accurate. It looks just like the kid that we were talking to. He's got this weird smile on his face. I closed the door and I started praying, and I was like, oh my God, please, Jesus, I'm never gonna play with that board again. I'm never gonna do it again. I don't want to see these things. Like, I'm scarred at this point from everything that we've seen. I don't want to see these things. I don't want to feel these things. And I opened my eyes and I opened the door. And I hurry up and turn the light on. And he's gone. Little do I know my cousin, who's sleeping in the next room, is experiencing something with the little boy. She tells us the next morning that she was asleep. She remembers feeling really, really cold, and because she was so cold, it woke her up, and all she said is, she opens her eyes. She's stiff, she can't move. It's like she's frozen. She sees the little boy that we were talking to. On the board, same little boy that I saw. She sees the little boy, and she's staring at him. And he's staring at her. She can't scream. She can't open her mouth. The only thing she has control of is her eyes. So she stares at him, and he's like hovering above her. And they're eye to eye, she said. Started praying. Opens them. He's gone. We talked about this the next day. And she's like, hey, I don't think we should play with that board anymore. And I'm like, really? I don't want to play with it either. I have to tell you what happened. To me? And she's like, wait. What happened to you, so we share each other's stories? The description matches perfectly of that little boy that we were talking to. He followed us to 3 different houses from that board, and we all swore to God that none of us did this. None of us touched it. We didn't move it. We didn't make it. Say the same thing over and over again. And when we swear to God, I know it's true. 'Cause again, very religious family. I know none of us did that. There would always be the cold, and then the prickly. and then we would experience something. So me and my one cousin, we would say it's sleep paralysis, because we opened up our eyes and we were frozen. And we couldn't move. It was really, really scary. And we talk about it to this day. We agree, you know. It was a demon that possessed my sister. This dark man followed us from house to house. My sister said that he followed her up until her 20s, and she hasn't seen him anymore. We talked about this clown with my two cousins, who never spoke to each other about it. Not until we were much older. This thing was always there watching them. One of the most scariest things that happened to me was that situation with my sister, that she saw this black figure with these red eyes telling her to kill my father. Now, my father was very abusive, emotionally, mentally, physically, and we all talked about, you know how much we didn't like Kim, and you know how. Why did Mom end up with him? You know, like we were never close to my father. We were super close to my mom. And then for that spirit, that demon coming to her and telling her to do that, it was scary. It still today scares the crap out of me. I don't like talking about it. I don't like thinking about it. Because that's not normal. That's not normal for a 7-year-old to have a knife and want to kill your father. I've realized, actually, me talking to my sister, you know, getting her story about the clown. We've started to feel really strange things lately. Just talking about our stories. Like the house that I live in right now with my fiance and my stepkids. It's not a scary house, but my daughter has told me that she's seen some strange things lately. And I've seen this dark figure. I don't know who caused we had a name for him. Dark man, you know. I don't know if it's the dark man or not. But something happened the other night ago. That reminded me of being in that house, with my grandma on the bed, seeing that figure and being terrified. And that happened a few nights ago. The TV was on my bedroom. Door was slightly ajar and it's dark. There's no light and I'm just, you know, laying in bed and I'm trying to fall asleep. And then my eyes go to the crack in the door. And it's probably about 8 to 10 inches open. And I see him, and I haven't seen him in a very, very long, I'm getting emotional talking about it, 'cause I haven't seen it so long. And there he was, staring at me with the top hat, slim, dark figure. Same thing that's haunted us since we were kids. And I saw it, and I got really cold. And I was just like, oh, my God, it followed me here. It followed me here. I close my eyes. I start praying again. I'm like, Jesus, I rebuke it in your holy, precious name. Please, God, I don't want to go through this. I don't want to experience this. And I open my eyes, and it's gone. It's the same thing that I saw. I know what it is, because it attached itself to my family. Whatever it is, and the only thing that I can do now is just pray about it and just rebuke it in Jesus' name and wish that I never see that again. I don't want it to hurt me. And I don't want it to hurt my kids, and I know that it's not a nice spirit. It's not something that's watching over me or protecting me. It wants to hurt us. Do you have a true scary story to share with us? Click on over to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. To get these episodes at free and support the show, check out Scary Plus over on Scary Plus. It's free for 14 days and $4.99 a month after that. You can cancel anytime. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story, The Man on the Moon. My story takes place starting in 2013. We've been in this apartment for less than a year. My son was 5 years old. He's 16 now. It always seemed like he would have night terrors. He would start crying in his sleep, making weird noises. We would just hear him whimpering. We really didn't know what was going on. It started getting a little bit more intense. He started screaming and yelling. This would always happen between 11:30 and 12, when I would be getting ready to go to bed. We would go in the room, his body would be straight. It looked like somebody pulled his legs. His feet would go flat, and his hands would be to his side. But he was still sleeping, and he would be screaming. The screaming will last for about 5 minutes, and we lived in an apartment building complex. So, I always thought that people would think that we were doing something to my son and he was screaming. After that, he would always yawn and turn right back around and sleep peacefully for the rest of the night. We were dealing with this for about 2 months. His doctor told me that it was probably him getting into his REM sleep stage and that we should let him rest and not look at TV or anything for at least 30 to 45 minutes before bed so that he can settle down. Then it just never stopped. One night I was walking past his room. It was completely dark in there. He had a little night light that was behind his dresser, so it kind of illuminated the walls. It wasn't enough to be super bright. When I was walking towards the room, because I heard him whining, I saw some figure standing over by his bed. In a panic, I turned on the light, but it was nothing there. I definitely saw a figure standing next to his bed while he was starting the whining stage. Time has gone by. Now I'm in my room, and I hear like lullaby music. Like I said, I live in an apartment complex, so I thought maybe it was coming from the other apartment. I turned the TV down, and when I was starting to walk towards his room, I saw a dark figure move from the side of his bed. Over to the dresser, the lullaby music stopped. Now I knew that I wasn't seeing things this time. So I just went in there, I snatched him out of his room, and I went back in my room, and we waited for my husband to come home. Because it was just me and my son in the house. We were in the living room one day watching TV. I heard the toilet seat slam down. No one else was in the house. We were all in the front. I went back over to the bathroom and said, "Oh, maybe the toilet seat just fell." When I went back there, the toilet seat was actually still up. It never fell down. But you can hear the noise that it slammed shut. So now I just started being freaked out in my house. I didn't want to say anything to my family. The only person that knew about it was my husband at the time, and then we had a cat. So I kind of kept saying that, oh, maybe the cat went by and I saw the shadow of the cat, or that maybe he was in the bathroom and he hit the toilet seat. So I kept trying to make sense of it myself. It wasn't until one evening, everybody was in their rooms, I went to go take a bath. I was in the bathtub. I decided to lay back, relax. I put my cloth over my face and I was just laying there. And it sounded as though someone opened the bathroom door. But I took it off thinking it was my husband or my son coming in the room, but it was no one there. I closed my eyes and just laid back. Out of nowhere, it felt like someone smacked me in my face. I felt a hand print the burning sensation. I jumped up out of the bathroom, ran out of there, went to go tell my husband and was like, okay, that's it. At that time, my son started screaming and had another night terror. While I'm panicking trying to talk to my husband, he starts screaming and we had to rush into his room. and it was just one of his regulars, screaming night terrors. But this one got a little bit more intense. It lasted way longer, and I thought he was actually going into a seizure, so we called 911 and have them come out. By the time they got there, of course, my son is fast asleep. And then they had to wake him up to make sure he was okay. He's just looking at us like, "Why are you waking me up? What's going on?" They left, they cleared him. Everything was fine. It was a few days later after that, I decided to ask my son, "Do you remember any of these dreams that you're having at night? Why you're screaming or anything?" And he said no. He doesn't remember any nightmares, or he wasn't scared when he went to sleep, or he didn't think of anything scary. I would never forget those words that came out of my 5-year-old's mouth. He just came out and said, "Oh, I talked to the man on the moon." I talk to him sometimes when I go to bed. I asked him who is the man on the moon, and he said he tells me to do bad things, but I don't want to, and I'm always yelling at him to leave me alone. Sometimes when he gets mad, he sets everything on fire, and he scratches me with a fork on my thumb. I asked him, "What does the man on the moon look like? What is he doing?" And he said, "Oh, he's very big, he's very red, he has a big fork," and he kept saying, "He scratches my thumb with it when I tell him no." I said, "Well, does he ever grab you or catch you or anything?" And he said no. If I say no, he just stabbed me with the fork. The next day, I told my mom. I started telling her everything that was going on. My mom always believed in the Bible, and she believes that there are spirits, and that there are angels and demons walking around. So, that's why I was happy that I was able to talk to her. We went to church that Sunday, and we talked to my priest, and I explained to him the night terrors. I told the doctor they kept saying that children's have active imaginations, but I just felt that there was something else going on because of all the other things that was happening around the priest. He said that my son had a bright aura around him, like he's very protected, and maybe that's why the dreams come, and is trying to break that aura, but it can't get through. So he gave us holy water. He gave us Bible verses that we should recite before he goes to bed when he's saying his prayers. He told us to leave the Bible open on a certain page so we can have that verse after we say it. I was supposed to cross him with holy water, and then we will put a rosary that he gave us under his pillow. Now my son is still 5, so he's really excited about putting the rosary under his pillow. He wants to go to bed and say prayers. The next day, I came into his room, and the pages were turned on the Bible. I asked my husband, "Did you touch the Bible? Did you change it?" He said no. Then, while I was making up his bed, I went to go look for his rosary. I couldn't find the rosary. I asked him, "Did he take the rosary out at night? What did he wake up? Was he scared or anything?" He said no. I was looking all the way, all over the floor. And then I found the rosary under his bed, behind the headboard. Not where he could push it, because he had a toddler bed. So there was no gaps where it would just fall through. Someone had to physically take that rosary and put it under the bed for it to be there. I started panicking about that. I told my mom what was going on again. She said, "Well, just continue to keep doing it. Every night we would read the Bible verse. We would do the holy water. A month after that, the night terrors completely stopped. I ended up having another baby. We decided it was time to move. I started freaking out. Because the place that we were moving to is kind of behind the cemetery. There's a house in between us and the cemetery. All of those memories started coming back. We ended up moving on December of 2015. My second son was born January 11th. We were in our new apartment. First, started having these strange noises in my house. One night I'm in my room, and I heard the same lullaby song that I heard those many years ago, and I turned on the TV and I thought, I must be losing my mind, I'm paranoid. I went towards the room again. I saw a black figure dart from his crib and the noise stopped. I'm thinking now, the cemetery behind me, the past everything is coming back into play. I start telling my husband, I need to go back to the priest. I need to tell him what's going on. Maybe a week after that, I'm laying in my room and I could not get to sleep because it felt like someone was staring at me from my hallway. I was turning around and I opened my eyes, and next to my dresser, I saw that black figure that I've seen multiple times. This time, it did not vanish. I was staring at it while I was trying to move and tap my husband and let him know that something's there. It flew toward me. The only thing that I could do at that moment was flip over my husband because it lunged toward me so fast. I didn't know what else to do. I ended up flipping over my husband and fell off on the other side of the bed. When he woke up and then was asking me what was wrong, I explained to him what was going on. That black figure that I keep seeing randomly, it's back and it's trying to attack me. I was terrified. I said I was going to go back to the priest, let him know that this is happening all over again. We did the same thing. I had to take the baby to him. They got him baptized. And after that, that was it. Nothing else again, so I don't know if that black figure was trying to soothe the children or if it was something else. But I know it was the same figure that I saw when my first son was 5, and then again when my second son was born. And that's what lunged toward me. So I'm not sure if she was angry with me or someone who just wanted to be by children. But I would feel this presence in my home, as if someone was always watching me. But I never saw the figure again. After we went back and blessed the house, got holy water for here. Luckily, things have been much better. I did have another baby since. And those things have always crossed my mind. So my new baby is 2. But I've yet to see the black figure, or hear any weird lullaby songs, or feel as though someone's watching me. It was only with my 2 sons. I don't know if it's different, because now I have a daughter. But whenever I think about what happened to my older son, who's now 16, it just gives me the chills. And I will never forget what he told me. When he was 5 years old, I talked to the man on the moon. To share your own story with our community, visit us at truescarystory.com. And if you want to support what we do, you can try out Scary Plus for free, or drop some stars for us in the reviews. Links to everything are in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, The Curse of the Nightly Visitors, in South Africa, especially within the Afrikaans language community. There's this superstition that if a person is born with the sac still around them, I think they call it an amniotic sac, that you got a link with the spirit world, where you can see or experience supernatural entities, or force in some way. It was sort of frowned upon. You don't talk about this. You don't talk about seeing spirits. My mom and I were actually two in our family, born with that sort of thing. My dad passed away 8 years ago. It will be 8 years this year. My mom sold the house, and she bought a new house. What she didn't know at that point was, the lady who owned the house before her, her husband had cancer and passed away in the house. Not every night, but every good once in a while. She's been having what we like to call nightly visitors. The first month or so after my mom moved in, she was sleeping in her bedroom and she heard this loud noise, like there was a printer printing whatever sort of document next to her and someone typing on the keyboard. The first thought my mom had was, "Oh no, there's someone in the house. I'm going to be robbed. Something's going to happen." She turned on the light. She could still hear the noise. It was coming from inside the house. She looked around, and it's a small place, and there was nothing there. She thought, I'm just going to go back to sleep. Maybe it's just me hallucinating. Maybe it's all the stress from the move. She goes back to sleep. She gets woken up at 3 a.m., same thing, for the next couple of nights. It's the same story over and over again. There's these people typing on a keyboard of a computer. There's a noise of a printer. There's paper being crumpled up. General office noise. My mom got fed up with it, and she said, "What the hell is your problem? Leave me alone. Just be quiet. I want nothing to do with you." And the noise stopped. Then a few nights later, the noise picked up again. She said the same thing, "Leave me alone. I've got nothing to do with you. What is your problem?" And then a few days later, she got a call from someone who was relatively close to the family to say her husband passed away. And my mom first thought, oh, it's a coincidence. Maybe it's stress nightmares. Things like that. This has been going on for a few years now. Every couple of months, she will get a visitor or hear a noise or something. And the first thought is, someone is breaking in. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? And then she turns on the light. She still hears the noise from inside the house. She even checked in that space between the roof. There was no one there. And then, a few days later, another family friend passed away. Someone she knows. This has been very upsetting to my mom. She was actually in tears because she can't sleep. She doesn't want to be bothered with this. While my dad was still alive, my dad was super strict. Something was either biblical or it wasn't worth it. And she didn't want to talk about it because my dad would basically emotionally break her down if she mentioned something weird like that, and they never had any real experiences. Up until my dad passed away. And it really heightened. When my mom moved into that house that she has now, he was very strict in his religious beliefs. I'm not knocking religion, even though I'm not religious myself. But it's one of those things that you don't touch. It's evil. It's of the devil. You stay away from it. After that, she actually saw a full body figure of my dad. He was standing there in the doorway to the bedroom. And he said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault. You're going to be okay." Sort of that comfort he never gave. Really gave her in life. He's now trying to give her after his passing. It gets to the point where I'm also starting to dream. I've been having dreams about people who passed away, or going to pass away, but I don't know it at the time. And my mom was telling the story, and she said, "You know what? You were born with that thing around you. Maybe you can still see spirits." I dream it, she actually sees, hears and experience it physically. I see faces. I see people that I don't actually really know. I would go to my mom, and my mom said, "Oh, I had one of those noises again." People were coming into my house. They were making noise. I had to tell them to get lost. And I said, "No, I've been having a dream about this. And this person, I don't really know them." "Do you know them?" "I know it's this far-removed relative." And then a few minutes later, my mom gets a call. "Oh, this person passed away." Maybe. It's just stress for me that I'm actually seeing this or dreaming this. I don't want anything to see something and see people. "Oh, you're gonna die." What happens if it's somebody I really care about? At night, I'm actually almost too scared to go to sleep because I'm not worried about nightmares. I actually enjoy nightmares, strangely enough, because it gives me good short story ideas. But when I see faces of specific people, I'm just scared. I'm going to see someone I really care about. Someone I love, my wife, my son, my mom, my brother or sister. Then that means, oh my goodness, something bad's going to happen to them. A week ago, my aunt passed away from a long health battle. The night before, it was the noisiest she's ever experienced. She actually got up, moved around the house, and she was cussing out whatever was there. She was telling him, "Get the hell out. I want nothing to do with you. Leave me alone. Stop it." Normally, whatever is there would quieten down, and almost sort of that feeling of, "I'm sorry about that, I apologize. I'll leave you alone now." It carried on and on and on, until my mom yelled, so much so that the neighbor actually contacted her and asked her, "Are you okay?" "What's going on? Is someone inside the house?" "This is number..." No. I'm fine, it's just... there's this noise and it's irritating me, and it's got me worried. I thought there was someone inside my house, and then that neighbor went to the other neighbor and asked him, "Why are you making a noise?" And the neighbor said, "No, I'm not making a noise. I heard a scream, and I'm up too." And then my mom eventually had to admit to them, "Look, this is what happens. I'm seeing, I'm hearing, and it's got me freaked out because I know my sister is sick." Then that same night, about 3 a.m., I had a dream about my aunt. My aunt and I were never very close. She always used to yell at me, call me names, things like that. But I had a dream about her too, and I thought, oh no, if she hasn't passed away, she's going to pass away, and soon. So about 7:30 that morning, I'm on my way to work and my mom phones. She said my aunt passed away, and I told her I had a dream about her, that she was yelling at me, moaning at me about something that I did as a kid the last couple of times. My dreams and her experiences have actually synced up. I'm normally a very skeptical person, but I'm a skeptic open to the possibility of something. But it actually freaked me out. Now that what I first thought was coincidence, now I'm actually starting to think, okay, maybe there's something to it. And that's what's got me scared. I'm to the point now that I'm actually want to see a psychiatrist or a doctor or something that can maybe prescribe medication that I can sleep but not dream. My mom doesn't even want to come visit my house because now she's telling me there's something inside my house after I turn off the lights, or even with the lights on. I feel like there's someone actually watching me. I don't know who. I don't know what it could be. I don't know if they're friendly or malevolent in any way. But I just feel like there's something watching me, but I don't know what the intentions are. My mom has a theory about it herself, because she came from a very abusive childhood. Serious abuse. She thinks maybe the way she was born and the life that she had as a child might have made her a conduit or something, that she can actually pick up on these signals because she was very good at sensing when abuse was about to happen or when something bad was about to happen. She has a very, very good gut feeling. And I think since my dad passed away, since her parents have passed away years ago, that there isn't this blockage anymore. And now everything is coming to her tenfold. Lately, my mom hasn't had any visitors or noises, but she still has that fear in her that if she hears something, oh my goodness, who's going to be next? Luckily, my son wasn't born with that. My sister and my brother weren't born with that. So it seems like my mom and I are the only two people in our family who actually sees or experiences these things. It's not fun. This is something I want no part of. And if I see or dream about somebody that I really care about, I'm too scared about what's going to happen. Like I always say to my wife, I just want peace in my life, and that's it. You can listen to these stories without ads and support our production free for 2 weeks and then $4.99 a month and cancel whenever. Just head on over to Scary Plus. Links are in the description of this episode. Up next, check out Horror Story, a podcast where I tell you about eerie, true events and mysteries. It's the one with the picture of a road and Horror Story in yellow letters. And if you have a story that you want to share with us, head on over to truescarystory.com. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, A Journey of Faith and Fear. I met my wife in 2004. We were married in December 2005. When me and my wife first got married, she was pursuing a career in the medical field. My mom also works in the healthcare industry at an assisted living facility in the town that we live in. She had told my wife, she said, "Hey, there is a lady that needs 24-hour care, but her family doesn't want to put her in a nursing home. They have went out and purchased her a house. They've added on a handicap accessible area, and the rest of the house would be yours. The only room that you would share would be the kitchen. You would need to cook for. Everything's paid for utilities. They're looking for people to move in and take care of her. Would you guys be interested in doing that?" We thought about it. We're like, maybe that's a good thing. We could save a little money. And we agreed. We ended up moving out of our apartment. In January of 2007, moved in with this lady. This is where things started to change for us. This lady had one family member that was just really didn't jive with me. This woman was very dark, depressing, if you will. She's never seemed to have anything good to say. Never had a smile on her face. She was never really a happy person. It was really sad, but we dealt with her. And the thing that this elderly lady that we took care of, she was legally blind. She was in a hover-round, basically. That's how she was able to get around. She'd get out of her chair and get to a mobility chair, go to the bathroom. We would just be nearby in case she needed this. She couldn't really watch TV. She would listen to it. She really liked A&E. She would watch the whole entire block of programming every night. There was a show that started. It's called Paranormal State. It was about these college students. They would go to these houses where they felt like there was supernatural activities happening there. That's really, I think, who started experimenting. Things start coming. One night, Me and my wife had left Wednesday night Bible class. We come home, we were in our part of the house, which was 3-bedroom to the living room. A 1 full bathroom with a double vanity, and then a half bath that had a stand-up shower toilet. So we're in the master bathroom, standing in front of the vanity, brushing my teeth, getting ready for bed. My wife said it got really cold. All of a sudden I said, yeah. I did. I don't like it. There's something in this house. Let's go to the living room. Let's pray. I turn on the living room light. Me and my wife both got down in the couch, on our knees, and start praying. We're rebuking the devil. I just remember stopping. I was listening to my wife. She was crying, face buried in the pillow. All of a sudden, I heard the loudest, blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my life. I still hear it in my mind. Then there was a piece that I can't even describe that entered that room. I told my wife, I said, babe, it's gone. We went to bed, both slept like babies. That next Friday we had service. We had church. I stood up and I testified about it. What I didn't know was that night, this thing had left our house and went across the street. We had went to church with folks across the street. This man's name is Matt. Matt had heard my testimony Friday at church. He actually came over to my house. He told me that morning. He said I woke up out of a dead sleep. I thought somebody broke into my house. I went straight through the house, checked on the kids, they were fine. And he said something began to speak to me. After that had happened, we went on just business as usual. We just lived our life. We've went several years without anything happening, until I was at a funeral. A good, close family friend of mine lost his sister in a head-on collision. She died instantly. We were at the funeral home. There were 3 people that showed up, and they were witches. They looked at me almost like telepathically. Something spoke and said, "There's 3 of us." It made the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and I just looked dead at these people. And I was just like, in Jesus' name. They never said anything to me. It was just a very wild experience. And I've never had anything like that happen since. We ended up moving it, just didn't end up working out. Taking care of that lady, we didn't have really any freedoms. We were young, and we ended up moving it into my grandma's house in Ike-Benon. Everything was good. We didn't have any issues. Me and my wife were trying for children, and we'd end up spending thousands and thousands of dollars of fertility drug, fertilization, and all that stuff. And we were just like, okay, whatever, we'll just adopt. This man is an older gentleman out of Atlanta. Georgia Preach, just a really amazing message. All about faith and healing. He was closing and said, if you believe that God's able to touch, and can you just come up here and let me pray for you right now? My wife, without hesitation, went up there. Pray for her. She heard a voice give her a date. So she went to her phone, puts the date in, and it was exactly 9 months. On the very day that it's saved in her phone, she got a phone call from her friend that she worked with. She called me. She said, if you and your husband looking to adopt, my mother's friend has custody of her granddaughter. My wife hangs up the phone, and she just instantly starts crying. She goes, you ain't gonna believe this. And then she tells me that. She unloads that on me. I'm like, unbelievable. A week later, they called us and said, she has a half-sister that was just born. And we went from an emptiness to a fullness, like literally overnight. this is where it seemed like. The activity picks back up again with us. When they came to be with us, they came out of a very horrible condition, a very horrible situation. In this family, there was a half-brother and half-sister that were in the occult practice. Witchcraft, and their dad had committed suicide. They also had 2 cousins in the same family. Father-son commit suicide. The dad committed suicide too. 3 years later, son committed suicide. This whole family line was completely played. It was just a very nasty, bad situation that these girls were brought out of. I started having these nightmares. I would be asleep and feel this dreadful, overwhelming fear come into the room. It's always the dark shadow, figure of a man that walks to my side of the bed. It reaches for my throat. It tries to choke me. I am fighting with everything I got, just to say the name of Jesus. It takes every ounce of strength. Once I get the name out, then the hands receive. And I just keep saying it until I wake up. And I'll wake up in a full flesh fight mode. It started after we adopted our girls. And then I started traveling all over the United States, in Ikebin on Alta. I was working my first job out of town in Bradenton, Pennsylvania. I was staying at the Holiday Inn Express, right there on the river. I was sharing a room with a guy that worked night shift. But he wasn't there. I was turning in for the night. I got that overwhelming feeling of dread and terror come over me again. I watched this black figure of a man come through the door and get real close and start to grab my neck, start to squeeze. Again, the fight is on to get the name of Jesus out of my mouth. I have probably had one of these episodes from probably 2014 too. I think the last one I had was probably a few weeks ago. Pretty brutal. Me and my wife and my daughters were coming home. Who just turned down our road? There's a greenhouse on this country road, and there's a street light. On the opposite side of the greenhouse, there's a home. We had just turned at the light and started down our road when I seen this 10 or 11-year-old girl on a Razor scooter, widening right across the road. My daughters were like, "Dad, what is that?" The face is a pale. Dick looked like death. A dead face, pale, sunken, hollow eyes. It was wearing a jacket with fur around the face, staring right at us, and went right across the road and vanished into thin air. I stopped right in the middle of the street. The light actually dimmed as this thing crossed the road. I backed up, turned my brights on, shined them, because I was like, where did that kid go? There was nobody around. My wife said, just go to the house. It just makes you think, where do these things go? If you don't have the power to get rid of them, they just what? Do they just take up shop at your house? Do they just mess with you? Move. Moving on around August of 2021, my wife came to me and she said, "Hey, you ain't gonna believe this." I said what she said, "I'm pregnant." We've been married, this is year 19 for us. I was excited and I couldn't believe it. I grew this house. I'm like, we gotta pass. We gotta buy a house. We ended up finding perfect house. Right there in the middle between church and work. It's perfect. She had moved in April 2022. Ate her first meal April 4th, 2022. Down the road from us, the trailer park. And there's a lot of bad activity that happens. This trailer park, a lot of drug use, a lot of meth cops are coming and going. My middle daughter, being the social butterfly that she is, she made friends with a girl that lived in the same apartment. She said I want her to stay the night. I like to take her to Sunday school. I said I work, that's fine with me. I don't care. This little girl comes over and we feed her a good meal. We're getting ready for bed. On a matter of fact, I'm in bed. These girls come running down the hallway, down to my room, busting my door like, yeah. He saw something. He saw this giant shadow walking down the hallway towards us. I said, this is what we're gonna do. I said, we're gonna go living room. We're gonna pray, we're gonna get rid of this thing. This little girl's looking at me. She said, I've seen this before. It's at my house. It changes colors. I looked at her. I said, honey. I said, I want to tell you something. I said, you didn't do anything wrong. You're gonna pray about it. I'm gonna help you. She's crying. He started praying. I felt that heaviness lift. I told him, I said, we're good. Y'all go to sleep. We'll see you in the morning. With the rampant drug use in this adjacent neighborhood, I believe that there's residual spirits that are out. I was sitting in my living room one night, minding my own business. But out of the corner of my eye, I seen something manifest in my kitchen. It was just a brief second. I was looking right into my kitchen. It went floating by, and it was another dead face that had just this ugly face. No eyes, just this ugly, dead-looking corpse on the face. And I've seen that twice. It's probably the start of this year. I was going to bed, and I got a big guard dog. He always lays next to my bed. He just starts growling, and I hear this. Right in my doorway in my closet. Am I really hearing this? I thought about David, and when David slew Goliath in the Bible, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to fear whatever this is, because I got something greater. I just fell asleep, I just went to bed, and that was that. But I will tell you, there are good times that I've got up in the middle of the night, thinking my Lord and my will. One of my dogs have an accident in the house. I'll smell putrid, like absolute putrid smells, like what in the world? Like just pure death. I'll go look around, there wouldn't be nothing there. And I'm like, okay, I know what this is. Every time I'm just getting out of a prayer. That's why. I guess really why I wanted to share my story. Because I've experienced this in High Amsterdam. And this is what I've experienced. Me, personally, I just believe it comes with the territory. It comes with what I'm doing. You can share your story with us by going to truescarystory.com and filling out the form. We're building a great community here, so thank you so much for your messages and reviews. You can support us and get the episodes without ads by trying out Scary, plus links to everything are in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, Voices in the Night. I was living with my mom and stepdad at the time. In their house, me and my mom. We were going through a period where we were kind of just lost with our religion. In spirituality, we had always been spiritual. But at this time, we both just felt a disconnect from everything. That's when everything started to manifest. The first incident was with one of my friend. We were on the porch one night, talking about how the summer had started, how we had just graduated. All of a sudden, we hear someone walking out the front door. So we look up. We see my mom. We assume she's taking out the garbage, or doing something in the garden or something like that. We go back to talking, and not even a minute later, we hear the front door open again. We see my mom. We were looking at each other in disbelief. She asked, "What's wrong?" We almost scream at her like, "How did you get out here so fast?" "What happened?" She kept denying and be like, "No, I was not out here. I was inside. I was in the kitchen. We just ignored it. Maybe it was just our eyes or our minds playing a trick on us." 4 days later, my friend was over again. This time, we were in my room. I was on my phone, not really paying attention, but I was listening to what she was saying. All of a sudden, she went silent. I look up quickly. She has this mortified look on her face. I ask her what's wrong. What happened? She's sitting on the foot of the bed, looking at the edge, and she won't say anything. I finally look to see where she's looking at. I see a dent. Someone was putting pressure on the bed, or sitting on the bed. I was confused. 2 weird things have happened this week. That night, everyone had gone to sleep. My friend had left. It was probably around 1:32. I was thirsty, so I went downstairs to go fill up my water bottle. It was in my bedroom, the bathroom, and the bathroom was facing the bottom of the stairs. I walked 2 steps to the stairs. I'm about to walk down. I see this lady at the bottom of the stairs. She's 6 foot, maybe even taller. She took up most of the wall. She had dark hair, and she had this white dress. It had frills at the bottom and a short sleeve. I ran back into my room, closed the door. The next morning, I bring it up to my mom, and I tell her, "There's something going on in our house. I don't know what's going on." She brushes it off. She's like, "No, it's just our ancestors, don't worry. You'll be fine." In my gut, I knew that wasn't the situation. A few days later, after my mom and I talk about this, and she brushes me off, it's maybe 2:30, closer to 3 this time. I'm downstairs in the kitchen. Our kitchen was attached to a hallway, that LED to the front door. I was in the kitchen, and something was just telling me to look behind me. I look, and I see the woman from a couple nights ago. I turn away, quickly, look back, and she's gone. I was cooking something, and I left it all on the stove. I ran upstairs. I was terrified. The next morning, my mom's like, "What happened? You left everything downstairs. Something's going on." And I'm like, "I told you, something's in the house." She says if something was here, I would be able to see it, or I'd be able to feel it. There's nothing here, trust me. It's just one of our ancestors. They're protecting us. I know it's something else, but she won't listen, so I try and forget about it again. One night, it was 3 a.m. I heard someone walking past my room. My parents, they're both not the type of people who would leave their room at night. They'd only really go to the bathroom. They wouldn't go downstairs for water or anything. Something just told me to go check on what it was. So I walk out my room. I see my mom walking down the stairs. In a quiet voice, I start saying, "Mom." I call her name 5 or 6 times as I'm doing that. I'm walking down the stairs trying to get closer to her when I am 1 step away from her, about to touch her. She turns around. I see her eyes. That's not my mom. The eyes were sunken in. You could tell it had no soul. I sprint up the stairs back to my room. I don't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I'm so spooked. I finally tell my mom, "You may not believe me, but something is in this house. We need to do something." She's like, "We can go see someone. They'll talk to us." My stepdad. He was friends with this man who was a babalawo, a priest of this religion called Aruba. We go to this man's house. He starts to do the consultation. My mom starts screaming and crying, wailing, screaming at the top of her lungs. I look beside her. She's pale. She's screaming. Her hair is in front of her face. I don't know what's going on. I leave the room. I can hear her screaming from outside. 15 minutes later, she finally stops the babble out, tells me to come back in the room. He starts explaining to us what happened. My mom, she let something into the house. This spirit, she was a woman who had committed suicide. She was depressed after losing her child in the house. He starts to ask my mom, "Can you think of something that you may have gotten, like from a thrift store? Something that may have history?" She remembers that she was cleaning the basement, and something was drawing her to the back corner. There was this desk was really heavy behind it. There was this door. In it, there was a bunch of heirlooms from the original owners, and their family, all their stuff was in this cubby. When my mom went in that room, she found this lamp or vase kind of thing. She took it out and she put it in our living room. The Babalao, he realized, that lamp is what brought this woman to our house. As soon as that lamp came in our house, all these things started happening. My mom's energy completely changed. She went from being so energized to always wanting to sleep and always being so tired and so negative. She wasn't sleeping either. She was staying up until 3:30 every morning. Even my stepdad thought she was acting weird. He said that her personality had completely changed. The Babalao, he tells us, "I know what to do. I know how to get her back to the lamp." He does some things in our basement, some religious sacrifice or something. He eventually bounces her back to this lamp phase. That night, we threw it in the graveyard because he said that would be best, just as a precaution, to make sure it's away from our house. That night was the last time we ever saw or heard from that spirit again. And it wasn't the only time. My mom had invited something in never on purpose, in a house before this house. When my mom and my dad first got divorced, she had got this spirit board that she used with the pendulum. First, she started talking to people who she thought was her spiritual guides, guardian angels. They were telling her things she wanted to hear. "We'll be here to protect you. You'll have more luck and love. We'll make sure to protect your daughter. Your daughter's going somewhere in the future." My mom, she was obsessed with it. Every day she was doing it. Over time, the messages just started getting super negative. One day, they told her, "We're gonna kill you. We're gonna burn the house down. We're gonna kill your daughter. We're gonna burn her in her sleep." At this time, my mom and I, we were getting into accidents. I was hit by a car. She had almost been hit by multiple cars. Dogs were attacking her out of nowhere. One time, our neighbor's dog, he was on a leash attached to the porch, and he just ripped out of it, and he ran across the street, jumped on her, and attacked her. Multiple dogs were doing that at the time, and we didn't really know what was going on. All we knew was that my mom was getting these messages, and it was dangerous. She decided to go back to Portugal, where she's from, to get advice from her family. She went to a medium there. She looked in her eyes, and she said, "Where is your soul? Your soul is at the back of you. Your soul's supposed to be in front of you. It's at the back of you. There's so much darkness around you. It's going to harm you and my mom at this point." She goes to see another person, just to make sure. To validate, the lady says the same thing. There's so much darkness around you. What did you do? Did someone do something to you? My mom finally comes back. We move in with one of my friends and his dad. My mom just had to get me out of that house. She was terrified that something bad was going to happen. During all this period, too, I was having bad dreams. I was seeing dreams with blood on the wall. I had started having suicidal thoughts, and I was 10 at the time. So I wasn't even thinking of any of that at that age. And I just suddenly started having these thoughts when my mom and I moved to my friend's house, start using the spirit board again. His wife had died. She had also committed suicide when she was using the spirit board. The wife was telling her, like, if you don't get out of my house, I'm gonna burn the house down. At this point, my mom's like, we have nowhere to go, we have to move. We move in with my now stepdad for a few days. We're looking for a place. And my mom goes to the last medium she goes to before we move out. They tell her, you have opened a portal. You using that spirit board opened a portal. And you let something in that's trying to harm you. And my mom realized that she had messed up. That week we packed our bags, moved to a new house. My mom kept in touch with the lady who lived upstairs, who was our landlord, the man who lived there after us. He lived there for maybe 2 weeks, and he apparently went crazy, packed his bags and left. Even the lady had to move out. No one could live there after that. My mom had let something in, but it had attached itself to the place after. She has completely stopped doing that. The religion we are in now doesn't really focus on that. We don't really talk to spirits in that way. She hasn't done anything like that for the past couple of years. Thankfully, everything's calmed down. If you have a scary story that you want to share, head on over to True Scary Story, and fill out the form. And if you want to support the show and listen completely ad-free, head on over to Scary Plus. Or check out the Scary Plus links in your app. Right now, thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon, everyone. See you soon, everyone. Please listen to the story, The Shadows Are Watching You. I'm originally from Chicago, Humble Park. My mom was a single mom. We lived with my grandfather. We would move around a lot. They didn't have the best relationship. Unfortunately, he had practiced black magic. When we left from Humble Park, we moved to a small town in a suburb close by. My grandfather, grandma, uncle, they lived upstairs. It was a constant arguing. That's why a lot of negative stuff came into the house. He would do everything in his power to try to get us away from my mom, as if he wants bad things to happen to my mom. We always had a weird vibe in our house. My older sister would constantly say, "Oh, there's someone here. I feel something. There's negative energy. I don't know what it is." That didn't make us feel secure, especially when we had spirits and negativities around us. My mom got pregnant. We moved in with my mom's boyfriend, right next to this church in the area where we are. That's when the downfall really happened. My mom would work really late. We would hardly see her. One day she called me downstairs. She said she really needs to talk to me. I was actually pregnant. I didn't tell her because of how young. I was 17 at the time. She's like, "Oh, I had a dream that your grandpa came into my dream. And he said, please be careful. Watch your surroundings, be careful who you're around, who you let enter to your house." And I thought, okay, she's gonna tell me I'm pregnant. Then she starts crying, and I'm like, what's the matter? I'm like, oh my God, like she knows that I'm pregnant. And she says, I seen someone. And I said, someone, like, what do you mean? And she says, I've seen a shadow. And you're the only person I'm telling this to paint out this picture. My mom and stepdad and little sister. They lived in the basement. There was just one room that was finished. The rest of the basement was really old, and we had originally bought this house from an old couple who, her husband had recently died. She felt like it was a man. She's like, oh, maybe it's the man's spirit. He's here, but why does it feel so evil? Back when she saw him, she was in the room folding laundry. She felt presence looking at her, but there was no one else. Everyone was in school. My stepdad was at work, and my little sister was like 4 months old when she felt his presence. She turned over to look at the first door, where the entrance is to the basement. She sees the man in black shadow. She screams and asks, "Who are you? What do you want?" Immediately picks up my little sister, 'cause at first, she said she thought someone had entered the house. Out of nowhere, the man leaves. My mom was like, "Did I imagine this? Am I seeing something? Am I tired?" She stayed in the basement for like an hour. She went upstairs. She checked the dining room, kitchen, bathroom, everywhere. She didn't see anything. This was months later. It was pretty early. 7:38 in the morning, I walked downstairs, lay down, drifted back to sleep. Like I said, it was pretty early. It's really hard for me to wake up. I'm a very deep sleeper. Something heavy was in the presence of the room that I was in. I felt someone was watching me. I look up, and there Black Otto is. People ask me, how does he look? What is he wearing? It's literally nothing. It's just black in the shadow. I was so tired I just went back to sleep. In 2017, we moved to a bigger house, a couple towns down to fit the entire family. My dog, he would constantly, bark at the walls or bark at the window. For some reason, my son, every single night, he would cry. He would wake up, cry. We would put him on our bed, and we would find him at the bottom of the bed or on the floor. I was slowly starting to think, maybe it's the presence of my mom. When my sister was a couple months, my sister was diagnosed with a tumor in her eye. None of us has any genetics of having tumors or cancers, or anything in that nature. My mom was confused. Oh, why did this happen to my child? My mom went to a tarot, or we called them a white witch, the good kind, not the evil kind, and they had told her, there is someone who is wishing bad upon you, your daughter, and my stepdad. So my mom went and did this kind of religion. I don't know what it is. I feel like that plays a part of why negative stuff happens to us. Because my mom would try to find the easy road. If it didn't work, go to the another religion. I feel like my mom was allowing different spirits to come into our home. The last religion she's in, they would do sacrifices to animals, chickens and goats and things like that. She would make us go with her sometimes. I would find her, sometimes putting pictures up of her boss and lighting up a candle and wanting to wish bad upon him. She initiated me to be in this practice that she was in. I told her, are you sure this is holy? This is what this is for, so I can be closer to God. And she's like, yeah, this religion, this practice gets us closer to God. You wear these beads around your neck, different color beads. When I moved out of her house, I laid those beads on the table, and I was not going to take that with me. Because I'm not part of it. So it's why are you haunting me or coming after me? You can stick with my mom. Eventually, my sister got better from the tumor in her eye, but negative energy latched onto my mom. When we went to a new apartment a couple towns over, Everything was fine. We never fought. My son was great. He was the happiest baby ever. That's when I'm like, maybe it is my mom. Because whatever someone put towards her, it's latched onto her. I'ma keep my distance. We moved into this apartment nearby. That's the one that I'm in right now. A couple years ago in 2020, my husband decided to go with his best friend to Vegas. It was just gonna be me and my 2 kids. I asked my sister if she can stay, and help me. I put one to sleep in his room and one to sleep in mine. My sister tells me, "Oh, I'm gonna go do something." This was at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. I told her, "Wake me up when you get back, so I can sleep with the baby." And she's okay, fine. "I'll see you give me your keys." Blah, 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 okay. I fell asleep and woke up in my dream. I look up, that's exactly how I left it. The TV is on my son's next to me. My eyes are adjusting. I see the shadow man. It's been forever since I've seen him. In seconds, he was from the door right next to my shoulder. And he grabbed my shoulder. I start yelling and screaming. I can feel it in my body that I'm screaming. My sister wakes me up, and it's her. She was so scared, "Are you okay? Calm down." "It's me," I told her. I'm like, "Oh." There was a man by the door. He was in my dream, standing right there looking at me. And then he grabbed me and she was like, "Oh, that's why you screamed. I barely touched you." I was tapping your shoulder for a good minute. Calling your name, I asked her, "Are you sure you didn't grab me?" She's like, "No, I was just tapping you, like with my hand." I sleep with my oldest son. He has special needs and my husband sleeps literally just across the room from me to sleep with my youngest son. A couple weeks ago, we were talking. The light was on. The fan was on high. So I told him, "Can you turn down the fan? I don't know why you have the fan so high. Turn it down and turn off the light before you leave." He says, "Okay, babe." Turns on the fan, turns off the light. "I love you. I'll see you tomorrow morning, okay?" From there, I don't even remember going to sleep. I am in my dream. I see my husband walking out of the door. I don't see his face, just the back of his head and his body leaving the door. I'm screaming, "Babe, you forgot to turn off the light." And then something immediately clicks in my head. Wait, this already happened. I look up, and the minute I look up to the light, it turns off on its own. The black shadow is standing inches away from me. I grab the phone, turn on the flashlight, and I'm pointing to his face. It's all black. He slowly backs up to the corner. I jump up, turn on the light from the string. He's gone. Now I wake up fully, and I'm standing in real life. Turn on my hand on the string to turn on the light. With my phone in my hand, with the flashlight on, I'm looking around. I'm like, where did he go? Where did he go? My son's sound asleep. I turned off the light quickly again, took my phone, went to the other room. The minute I open the door, he wakes up and I'm like, "Did you hear me calling you?" And he's like, "Oh, I thought that was a dream. I swear I heard you saying, babe. But I felt like I was dreaming because I was falling asleep." So I told my mother-in-law the next day. She's a really religious person. And she's like, "You really need to pray." My sister already told me that. She had an experience with this shadow man also. This is another sister that experienced it in my house. It's almost the same experience she was like, in the couch in my living room. She felt something watching her. When she turned around, the man was by the door looking at her. She just turned back around and went back to sleep. when I would talk to my husband about this. He asked, "What if it's your grandpa who passed away?" I considered him as a father. It can't be him, because if it was him, why would my grandpa hide his face? What does he want? I want to see who this is. Why does this person keep bothering us? It doesn't hurt us. It just watches us. That's the disturbing part. Why are you watching us? Like what? What are you trying to gain from watching us? I hope he doesn't bother my kids. I wouldn't want my kids to go through that and be scared. They do have their moments where they're like, why? I don't want to go to the living room unless you turn on the light. My oldest son, if I get up to use the bathroom, or if I get up to get ready, he runs to my side like he cannot stay by himself. He'll run to the next room to be with my son, my other son, because he would not be by himself. I don't want them to experience anything. Tell us about your true scary story by going to truescarystory.com and filling out the form. Your story could be shared with all of us. To listen ad-free, check out Scary Plus through scaryplus.com or get in touch with me directly. If you have questions about it, I'll leave links to everything in the description of this episode. When I tried sending my story the first time, it wasn't allowing me to send it. I filled out the form, but then the whole emote turns blank. Like it's still blank to this day. So my husband on my baby doesn't want to send. He's like, oh, I was trying to tell you something. The man doesn't want you to expose him. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story Chased by Spirits, My Family's Paranormal Encounter. I grew up in this really tiny town called Cleveland, Utah. The house was known as the very first post office in this really small town when Utah was founded. It was so old that when we did some renovations on the house, we would cut into it and see that it was logs on the inside. That's how old it was. It was an old log post office. My mom and dad decided to create a bedroom in the attic space upstairs. They cut a hole in the ceiling and built these really rickety, steep kind of stairs that went up into this little attic space. The top right corner of the room would be where the stairs would come up. Right at the top of those stairs, in the bottom right corner, was my bed, up against the wall. Right in that corner, right there across the room. In the bottom left corner would be my sister's bed, and then in the top left corner was my brother's bed. I used to see this really dark shadow every night. I would wake up in the middle of the night. Somebody was in the room with me, watching me. I would open my eyes, and there would be this dark shadow standing over by my brother's bed. Staring down at him, it was the shape of a man, but it was just a really dark shadow. That would stand there. It would move from my brother's bed, and it would just float across the room, standing over the top of my sister's bed, watching her. If I felt myself waking up, I would keep my eyes closed and wait for my brother to move, or wait for my sister to move, and then I would open my eyes. Then he would be standing right by me, staring down at me, watching me sleep. I was so scared I would take all of my stuffed animals, put them all the way around me, and then I'd take the biggest stuffed animal that I had, and I'd put it right over the top of me and tuck it in to make it look like. The stuffed animal is the one sleeping in the bed. I think around in my teenage years, we moved out of that house, and I didn't have any other experiences growing up until later in life when I met my husband. We had all of our kids at that time, and he was stationed in the Air Force, and he got deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan. He got deployed to Korea for a year. One of the funny things about me and my husband, we were really into the TV show Ghost Hunters. There was this one episode where they went to the Stanley Hotel. It's the actual hotel that Stephen King himself was staying in when he had those experiences. That scared him so much that he wrote the book, The Shining. This hotel is over 100 years old in Estes Park, Colorado. It's gorgeous. On this episode, they decide that they're going to split up into these separate rooms in the hotel that are known for the most paranormal activity. In the hotel, one of them is on the 4th floor, room 412. Back to me and my husband. My husband is deployed to Iraq. I want to surprise him with something. Just pretty cool for him coming home. He's been gone for 6 months. I decided I was going to book us a stay at the Stanley Hotel so that we can go investigate ghosts. I decided to book that exact room 412. We drive to the Stanley, and you walk into this hotel, and there's this big staircase. It goes up the center, and then it splits off to the right and the left on both sides, and you can go up to the other rooms. Next to the staircase, it has this really awesome, super old elevator that is, one of those metal elevators that you have to close the gate on. Old, rickety, and really loud. We get our key for the room, so we get in the elevator and we go upstairs. Step off the elevator, and the room that is haunted is right next to that elevator. We get in the room and go check out the closet. This closet is 100 years old, full hard wood. It's got one of those really old doorknobs on it that are really hard to turn. It's super heavy. On the back side of the closet is that elevator. We check that out. We check the room out. It was really pretty. It had a really old bathroom in it, the really super old Victorian sink with on the inside. We decided to go get some dinner and walk around the hotel for the rest of the evening until bedtime. So nothing happened to us that night. When we were walking around checking out the hotel, and we took the tour. The tour guide was this really cool old guy that had actually done the tour for Ghost Hunters. When they came, he was their tour guide. We noticed that on our tour. The guy goes right up to the room we're staying in, stood outside of the door, and sit there and tell the stories about what happens in there, how people have lost things. Me and my husband are just sitting there thinking, yeah, we're staying in this room tonight. We even told the people that were on the tour with us. We're like, yeah, this is our room. We're going to stay in there. You guys want to look in there? And they were all pretty excited to go in and check out the room. And we ended the tour and went to eat dinner. And then we went back up to the room. And it was time for bed. We decided that we were going to go and take a shower. Together, we're in the bathroom, talking about how nothing's happened to us. It doesn't seem very creepy. There was 3 bulbs in this one light fixture above the bathroom sink. As soon as we were talking about this happening, the light bulbs all shattered. We got out of the shower and called downstairs. I told the lady at the desk what had happened. She said that they were going to send somebody up to come and take care of it. Things like that happen all the time in that room. I just don't know what could have caused that. They came up, they cleaned it up, they left the room, and me and my husband get into bed. And we're laying there, and I'm trying to go to sleep. This bed is facing the closet. So if you're sitting up in bed, you're looking right at the closet. I get this really dark, heavy feeling. There is something in this room. I open my eyes. I look up. Right above the bed is a fan. A ceiling fan? And right next to the ceiling fan, there is this woman floating there. She had a really long, dark hair. I'm looking at her. I start grabbing my husband's arm, shaking him, and I'm like, "Honey, do you see her? She's right there." And I'm hyperventilating. He wakes up, sits right up, and he's like, "Where? Where?" And I'm like, "She's right there in front of us." At that point, she starts moving towards me. And I take a breath and I'm like, "Hi." She stops, tips her head sideways. We laid down to go back to sleep, and I could not go to sleep. The morning after, we went downstairs to go tell the people that I had an experience. There's a tour guide there. And I tell her what had happened to me last night. And she kind of just, "Yeah, that happens all the time." It seemed like she didn't believe me, didn't take me seriously. We decided we were going to go look around the town and check out the hotel more. It's pretty big. It's got a few outbuildings too. We spent the day just being tourists. We get back to the hotel. My husband decides what he's going to do. He grabs this little L, no smoking sign that is sitting on top of the dresser, and he's going to put it right in front of the closet door. Slide it right under it just in case something happens. We go to sleep, and nothing else happens that night. The next morning, the closet door is closed, but the little LS sign was out in the middle of the floor. I'm feeling really uneasy about staying in this hotel and room because we had one more night there. I call my mom. I'm bawling. I don't want to stay here. And my husband's being a sweetheart, sitting there telling me it's going to be okay. We just got one more night. Let's just stay here. And I said, "Okay, we'll just stay," because it was paid for that night. Actually, nothing happened to us. We just woke up and left to go back home. I would absolutely stay at the Stanley Hotel again. The hotel was beautiful. The food was amazing. From their little old-fashioned restaurant. And the rooms were really comfortable. Really scary, but really comfortable. I would not stay on the 4th floor again. Not at all, not in any of the rooms on the 4th floor. Forget it. Throughout our marriage, we have had quite a few paranormal, inexplicable things that have happened. After we went and stayed at the Stanley Hotel, we had moved out of the house that we were staying. At the time, we moved on to base housing at Hill Air Force Base. Cabinet doors would open and close. You would hear whispers or voices throughout the house. When I was in my room laying on the bed, I would be reading, and right above the book, I would see this little boy's head just quickly dash past the bottom of the bed. One other instance. Me and my husband were laying in our bed watching TV. All of a sudden, all of the stuff that was in there, our bathroom, fell off of the shelves into the bathtub. Another time that I was laying in bed, all of a sudden, I felt these little steps stepping next to me, from my feet all the way up to my head. And I turned and I looked, and there was nothing there. We decided that we wanted to name this little ghost. And I'm like, how about we name him Billy? At that exact same time, my husband said that in his head popped the name Billy. After this house, we had moved off a base. It was Halloween, and we felt this ghost presence had followed us. Because same thing started happening in this other house. I took my kids to go see my mom for Halloween. While we were there, I was on the phone talking to my husband, and all of a sudden he says, there was a little boy that just ran across the floor, down the bed, out of the corner of my eye. The kid ran across the room. We're sitting there talking about it, and then all of a sudden you hear in the living room the sound of one of my Halloween decorations go off. this Halloween decoration. It was broken, the motion active part of it was busted, and it was an old gravestone that would crack open and scream at you. The only way for it to go off was for somebody to push it. We moved to Montana. We had a bunch of things happen in that house. My children saw these things. My son Lincoln, he is very sensitive. A couple of days ago, I was in my room. My son's girlfriend. I was going to show her something on my phone. I was walking down my hallway, passing the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye, I see my son standing in the kitchen. In front of the sink, his back was to me. I thought, okay, I'm going to go show Lincoln first. When I turned to look into the kitchen, he's not there. He is not there. There is nobody there. He comes walking in through the family room. In the back door, I explained to him. This ghost, or mimic, or whatever this was, looked just like him. I have no idea what that was. But it scared the crap out of me. That's the first time something's happened to me, personally, in this house. I'm hoping nothing else happens here. I'm almost over the whole ghost thing. Haha, balding. We have had other situations where we would be sitting out on the porch. We live up in Willow, Alaska. It's a really tiny town in the middle of the forest. We have neighbors that aren't very close to us. We would be sitting out on the porch, and you would hear strange howls, moans, and growls over in that forest. Over there, across the lake, we're avid hunters. We know what it sounds like when a moose is in heat. Just doesn't sound anything like that. Me and my son and his friends, we always talk about shapeshifters up here all the time. Skinwalkers is a big deal in Alaska. A skinwalker can take certain forms of people or things. I don't know if it could have possibly been something like that. I can't tell you. I really have no idea what it could possibly have been. I don't know if it's the places that we've lived in, or if it's because my side of the family, is so sensitive to ghosts, or if it's Lincoln himself. If he attracts these things coming to us everywhere that we've been, in all of the houses that we've lived in. I haven't really been very scared, even though we've had these experiences happen to us. Every time I'm thinking that we're in a new place, it's going to be great. There's nothing going to happen. Then something happens. You can share your story with us over at True Scary Story.com, and to listen without ads and support the show at the same time. Visit scaryplus.com. If you're following the show, I'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Everyone, see you soon. Everyone, please listen to the story Chased by Spirits, my family's paranormal encounter. I grew up in this really tiny town called Cleveland, Utah. The house was known as the very first post office in this really small town when Utah was founded. It was so old that when we did some renovations on the house, we would cut into it and see that it was logs on the inside. That's how old it was. It was an old log post office. My mom and dad decided to create a bedroom in the attic space upstairs. They cut a hole in the ceiling and built these really rickety, steep kind of stairs that went up into this little attic space. The top right corner of the room would be where the stairs would come up. Right at the top of those stairs, in the bottom right corner, was my bed, up against the wall. Right in that corner, right there across the room. In the bottom left corner would be my sister's bed, and then in the top left corner was my brother's bed. I used to see this really dark shadow every night. I would wake up in the middle of the night. Somebody was in the room with me, watching me. I would open my eyes, and there would be this dark shadow standing over by my brother's bed. Staring down at him, it was the shape of a man, but it was just a really dark shadow. That would stand there. It would move from my brother's bed, and it would just float across the room, standing over the top of my sister's bed, watching her. If I felt myself waking up, I would keep my eyes closed and wait for my brother to move, or wait for my sister to move, and then I would open my eyes. Then he would be standing right by me, staring down at me, watching me sleep. I was so scared I would take all of my stuffed animals, put them all the way around me, and then I'd take the biggest stuffed animal that I had, and I'd put it right over the top of me and tuck it in to make it look like. The stuffed animal is the one sleeping in the bed. I think around in my teenage years, we moved out of that house, and I didn't have any other experiences growing up until later in life when I met my husband. We had all of our kids at that time, and he was stationed in the Air Force, and he got deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan. He got deployed to Korea for a year. One of the funny things about me and my husband, we were really into the TV show Ghost Hunters. There was this one episode where they went to the Stanley Hotel. It's the actual hotel that Stephen King himself was staying in when he had those experiences. That scared him so much that he wrote the book, The Shining. This hotel is over 100 years old in Estes Park, Colorado. It's gorgeous. On this episode, they decide that they're going to split up into these separate rooms in the hotel that are known for the most paranormal activity. In the hotel, one of them is on the 4th floor, room 412. Back to me and my husband. My husband is deployed to Iraq. I want to surprise him with something. Just pretty cool for him coming home. He's been gone for 6 months. I decided I was going to book us a stay at the Stanley Hotel so that we can go investigate ghosts. I decided to book that exact room 412. We drive to the Stanley, and you walk into this hotel, and there's this big staircase. It goes up the center, and then it splits off to the right and the left, on both sides, and you can go up to the other rooms. Next to the staircase, it has this really awesome, super old elevator, that is, one of those metal elevators that you have to close the gate on. Old, rickety, and really loud. We get our key for the room, so we get in the elevator and we go upstairs. Step off the elevator, and the room that is haunted is right next to that elevator. We get in the room and go check out the closet. This closet is 100 years old, full hard wood. It's got one of those really old doorknobs on it that are really hard to turn. It's super heavy. On the backside of the closet is that elevator. We check that out. We check the room out. It was really pretty. It had a really old bathroom in it, the really super old Victorian sink with on the inside. We decided to go get some dinner and walk around the hotel for the rest of the evening until bedtime. So nothing happened to us that night when we were walking around checking out the hotel. And we took the tour. The tour guide was this really cool old guy that had actually done the tour for Ghost Hunters. When they came, he was their tour guide. We noticed that on our tour. The guy goes right up to the room we're staying in, stood outside of the door, and sit there and tell the stories about what happens in there, how people have lost things. Me and my husband are just sitting there thinking, yeah, we're staying in this room tonight. We even told the people that were on the tour with us. We're like, yeah, this is our room. We're going to stay in there. You guys want to look in there? And they were all pretty excited to go in. and check out the room. And we ended the tour and went to eat dinner. And then we went back up to the room. And it was time for bed. We decided that we were going to go and take a shower. Together, we're in the bathroom, talking about how nothing's happened to us. It doesn't seem very creepy. There was 3 bulbs in this one light fixture above the bathroom sink. As soon as we were talking about this happening, the light bulbs all shattered. We got out of the shower and called downstairs. I told the lady at the desk what had happened. She said that they were going to send somebody up to come and take care of it. Things like that happen all the time in that room. I just don't know what could have caused that. They came up, they cleaned it up, they left the room, and me and my husband get into bed. And we're laying there, and I'm trying to go to sleep. This bed is facing the closet. So if you're sitting up in bed, you're looking right at the closet. I get this really dark, heavy feeling. There is something in this room. I open my eyes. I look up. Right above the bed is a fan. A ceiling fan? And right next to the ceiling fan, there is this woman floating there. She had a really long, dark hair. I'm looking at her. I start grabbing my husband's arm, shaking him, and I'm like, "Honey, do you see her? She's right there." And I'm hyperventilating. He wakes up, sits right up, and he's like, "Where? Where?" And I'm like, "She's right there in front of us." At that point, she starts moving towards me. And I take a breath and I'm like, "Hi." She stops, tips her head sideways. We laid down to go back to sleep, and I could not go to sleep. The morning after, we went downstairs to go tell the people that I had an experience. There's a tour guide there. And I tell her what had happened to me last night. And she kind of just, "Yeah, that happens all the time." It seemed like she didn't believe me, didn't take me seriously. We decided we were going to go look around the town and check out the hotel more. It's pretty big. It's got a few outbuildings too. We spent the day just being tourists. We get back to the hotel. My husband decides what he's going to do. He grabs this little L, no smoking sign that is sitting on top of the dresser, and he's going to put it right in front of the closet door. Slide it right under it just in case something happens. We go to sleep, and nothing else happens that night. The next morning, the closet door is closed, but the little LS sign was out in the middle of the floor. I'm feeling really uneasy about staying in this hotel and room because we had one more night there. I call my mom. I'm bawling. I don't want to stay here. And my husband's being a sweetheart, sitting there telling me it's going to be okay. We just got one more night. Let's just stay here. And I said, "Okay, we'll just stay because it was paid for that night." Actually, nothing happened to us. We just woke up and left to go back home. I would absolutely stay at the Stanley Hotel again. The hotel was beautiful. The food was amazing. From their little old-fashioned restaurant. And the rooms were really comfortable. Really scary, but really comfortable. I would not stay on the 4th floor again. Not at all, not in any of the rooms on the 4th floor. Forget it. Throughout our marriage, we have had quite a few paranormal, inexplicable things that have happened. After we went and stayed at the Stanley Hotel, we had moved out of the house that we were staying. At the time, we moved on to base housing at Hill Air Force Base. Cabinet doors would open and close. You would hear whispers or voices throughout the house. When I was in my room laying on the bed, I would be reading, and right above the book, I would see this little boy's head just quickly dash past the bottom of the bed. One other instance. Me and my husband were laying in our bed watching TV. All of a sudden, All of the stuff that was in there, our bathroom, fell off of the shelves into the bathtub. Another time that I was laying in bed, all of a sudden, I felt these little steps stepping next to me, from my feet all the way up to my head. And I turned and I looked, and there was nothing there. We decided that we wanted to name this little ghost. And I'm like, how about we name him Billy? At that exact same time, my husband said that in his head popped the name Billy. After this house, we had moved off a base. It was Halloween, and we felt this ghost presence had followed us. Because same thing started happening in this other house. I took my kids to go see my mom for Halloween. While we were there, I was on the phone talking to my husband, and all of a sudden he says, there was a little boy that just ran across the floor, down the bed, out of the corner of my eye. The kid ran across the room. We're sitting there talking about it, and then all of a sudden you hear in the living room the sound of one of my Halloween decorations go off. This Halloween decoration, it was broken. The motion active part of it was busted, and it was an old gravestone that would crack open and scream at you. The only way for it to go off was for somebody to push it. We moved to Montana. We had a bunch of things happen in that house. My children saw these things. My son Lincoln, he is very sensitive. A couple of days ago, I was in my room. My son's girlfriend. I was going to show her something on my phone. I was walking down my hallway, passing the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye, I see my son standing in the kitchen. In front of the sink, his back was to me. I thought, okay, I'm going to go show Lincoln first. When I turned to look into the kitchen, he's not there. He is not there. There is nobody there. He comes walking in through the family room. In the back door, I explained to him. This ghost, or mimic, or whatever this was, looked just like him. I have no idea what that was. But it scared the crap out of me. That's the first time something's happened to me, personally, in this house. I'm hoping nothing else happens here. I'm almost over the whole ghost thing. Haha, balding. We have had other situations where we would be sitting out on the porch. We live up in Willow, Alaska. It's a really tiny town in the middle of the forest. We have neighbors that aren't very close to us. We would be sitting out on the porch, and you would hear strange howls, moans, and growls over in that forest. Over there, across the lake, we're avid hunters. We know what it sounds like when a moose is in heat. Just doesn't sound anything like that. Me and my son and his friends, we always talk about shapeshifters up here all the time. Skinwalkers is a big deal in Alaska. A skinwalker can take certain forms of people or things. I don't know if it could have possibly been something like that. I can't tell you. I really have no idea what it could possibly have been. I don't know if it's the places that we've lived in, or if it's because my side of the family, is so sensitive to ghosts, or if it's Lincoln himself. If he attracts these things coming to us everywhere that we've been, in all of the houses that we've lived in. I haven't really been very scared, even though we've had these experiences happen to us. Every time I'm thinking that we're in a new place, it's going to be great. There's nothing going to happen. Then something happens. You can share your story with us over at True Scary Storycom, and to listen without ads and support the show at the same time. Visit scaryplus.com. If you're following the show, I'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Everyone, see you soon. Everyone, please listen to the story Chased by Spirits, My Family's Paranormal Encounter. I grew up in this really tiny town called Cleveland, Utah. The house was known as the very first post office in this really small town when Utah was founded. It was so old that when we did some renovations on the house, we would cut into it and see that it was logs on the inside. That's how old it was. It was an old log post office. My mom and dad decided to create a bedroom in the attic space upstairs. They cut a hole in the ceiling and built these really rickety, steep kind of stairs that went up into this little attic space. The top right corner of the room would be where the stairs would come up, right at the top of those stairs. In the bottom right corner was my bed, up against the wall, right in that corner, right there across the room. In the bottom left corner would be my sister's bed, and then in the top left corner was my brother's bed. I used to see this really dark shadow every night. I would wake up in the middle of the night. Somebody was in the room with me watching me. I would open my eyes, and there would be this dark shadow standing over by my brother's bed. Staring down at him, it was the shape of a man, but it was just a really dark shadow. That would stand there. It would move from my brother's bed, and it would just float across the room, standing over the top of my sister's bed watching her. If I felt myself waking up, I would keep my eyes closed and wait for my brother to move, or wait for my sister to move, and then I would open my eyes. Then he would be standing right by me, staring down at me, watching me sleep. I was so scared I would take all of my stuffed animals, put them all the way around me, and then I'd take the biggest stuffed animal that I had, and I'd put it right over the top of me and tuck it in to make it look like. The stuffed animal is the one sleeping in the bed. I think around in my teenage years, we moved out of that house, and I didn't have any other experiences growing up until later in life when I met my husband. We had all of our kids at that time, and he was stationed in the Air Force, and he got deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan. He got deployed to Korea for a year. One of the funny things about me and my husband, we were really into the TV show Ghost Hunters. There was this one episode where they went to the Stanley Hotel. It's the actual hotel that Stephen King himself was staying in when he had those experiences. That scared him so much that he wrote the book, The Shining. This hotel is over 100 years old in Estes Park, Colorado. It's gorgeous. On this episode, they decide that they're going to split up into these separate rooms in the hotel that are known for the most paranormal activity. In the hotel, one of them is on the 4th floor, room 412. Back to me and my husband. My husband is deployed to Iraq. I want to surprise him with something. Just pretty cool for him coming home. He's been gone for 6 months. I decided I was going to book us a stay at the Stanley Hotel so that we can go investigate ghosts. I decided to book that exact room 412. We drive to the Stanley, and you walk into this hotel, and there's this big staircase. It goes up the center, and then it splits off to the right and the left, on both sides, and you can go up to the other rooms. Next to the staircase, it has this really awesome, super old elevator, that is, one of those metal elevators that you have to close the gate on, old, rickety, and really loud. We get our key for the room, so we get in the elevator and we go upstairs. Step off the elevator, and the room that is haunted is right next to that elevator. We get in the room and go check out the closet. This closet is 100 years old, full hard wood. It's got one of those really old doorknobs on it. that are really hard to turn. It's super heavy. On the backside of the closet is that elevator. We check that out. We check the room out. It was really pretty. It had a really old bathroom in it. The really super old Victorian sink with on the inside. We decided to go get some dinner and walk around the hotel for the rest of the evening until bedtime. So nothing happened to us that night. When we were walking around checking out the hotel, and we took the tour, the tour guide was this really cool old guy that had actually done the tour for ghost hunters. When they came, he was their tour guide. We noticed that on our tour. The guy goes right up to the room we're staying in, stood outside of the door, and sit there and tell the stories about what happens in there. How people have lost things. Me and my husband are just sitting there thinking, yeah, we're staying in this room tonight. We even told the people that were on the tour with us. We're like, yeah, this is our room. We're gonna stay in there. You guys wanna look in there? And they were all pretty excited to go in and check out the room. And we ended the tour and went to eat dinner. And then we went back up to the room. And it was time for bed. We decided that we were gonna go and take a shower. Together, we're in the bathroom, talking about how nothing's happened to us. It doesn't seem very creepy. There was 3 bulbs in this one light fixture above the bathroom sink. As soon as we were talking about this happening, the light bulbs all shattered. We got out of the shower and called downstairs. I told the lady at the desk what had happened. She said that they were going to send somebody up to come and take care of it. Things like that happen all the time in that room. I just don't know what could have caused that. They came up, they cleaned it up, they left the room, and me and my husband get into bed. And we're laying there, and I'm trying to go to sleep. This bed is facing the closet. So if you're sitting up in bed, you're looking right at the closet. I get this really dark, heavy feeling. There is something in this room. I open my eyes. I look up. Right above the bed is a fan, a ceiling fan, and right next to the ceiling fan, there is this woman floating there. She had a really long, dark hair. I'm looking at her. I start grabbing my husband's arm, shaking him, and I'm like, honey, do you see her? She's right there. And I'm hyperventilating. He wakes up, sits right up, and he's like, where? Where? And I'm like, she's right there in front of us. At that point, she starts moving towards me. And I take a breath and I'm like, hi. She stops, tips her head sideways. We laid down to go back to sleep, and I could not go to sleep. The morning after, we went downstairs to go tell the people that I had an experience. There's a tour guide there. And I tell her what had happened to me last night. And she kind of just, yeah, that happens all the time. It seemed like she didn't believe me, didn't take me seriously. We decided we were going to go look around the town and check out the hotel more. It's pretty big. It's got a few outbuildings too. We spent the day just being tourists. We get back to the hotel. My husband decides what he's going to do. He grabs this little L, no smoking sign that is sitting on top of the dresser, and he's going to put it right in front of the closet door. Slide it right under it just in case something happens. We go to sleep, and nothing else happens that night. The next morning, the closet door is closed, but the little LS sign was out in the middle of the floor. I'm feeling really uneasy about staying in this hotel and room because we had one more night there. I call my mom. I'm bawling. I don't want to stay here. And my husband's being a sweetheart, sitting there telling me it's going to be okay. We just got one more night. Let's just stay here. And I said, Okay, we'll just stay 'cause it was paid for that night. Actually, nothing happened to us. We just woke up and left to go back home. I would absolutely stay at the Stanley Hotel again. The hotel was beautiful, the food was amazing. From their little old-fashioned restaurant. And the rooms were really comfortable. Really scary, but really comfortable. I would not stay on the 4th floor again. Not at all, not in any of the rooms on the 4th floor. Forget it. Throughout our marriage, we have had quite a few paranormal, inexplicable things that have happened. After we went and stayed at the Stanley Hotel, we had moved out of the house that we were staying. At the time, we moved on to base housing at Hill Air Force Base. Cabinet doors would open and close. You would hear whispers or voices throughout the house. When I was in my room laying on the bed, I would be reading, and right above the book, I would see this little boy's head just quickly dash past the bottom of the bed. One other instance. Me and my husband were laying in our bed watching TV. All of a sudden, all of the stuff that was in there, our bathroom, fell off of the shelves into the bathtub. Another time that I was laying in bed, all of a sudden, I felt these little steps stepping next to me, from my feet all the way up to my head. And I turned and I looked, and there was nothing there. We decided that we wanted to name this little ghost. And I'm like, how about we name him Billy? At that exact same time, my husband said that in his head popped the name Billy. After this house, we had moved off a base. It was Halloween, and we felt this ghost presence had followed us. Because same thing started happening in this other house. I took my kids to go see my mom for Halloween. While we were there, I was on the phone talking to my husband, and all of a sudden he says, there was a little boy that just ran across the floor, down the bed, out of the corner of my eye. The kid ran across the room. We're sitting there talking about it, and then all of a sudden you hear in the living room the sound of one of my Halloween decorations go off. This Halloween decoration, it was broken, the motion active part of it was busted, and it was an old gravestone that would crack open and scream at you. The only way for it to go off was for somebody to push it. We moved to Montana. We had a bunch of things happen in that house. My children saw these things. My son Lincoln, he is very sensitive. A couple of days ago, I was in my room. My son's girlfriend. I was going to show her something on my phone. I was walking down my hallway, passing the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye, I see my son standing in the kitchen. In front of the sink, his back was to me. I thought, okay, I'm going to go show Lincoln first. When I turned to look into the kitchen, he's not there. He is not there. There is nobody there. He comes walking in through the family room. In the back door, I explained to him, this ghost or mimic or whatever this was looked just like him. I have no idea what that was. But it scared the crap out of me. That's the first time something's happened to me, personally, in this house. I'm hoping nothing else happens here. I'm almost over the whole ghost thing. Haha, balding. We have had other situations where we would be sitting out on the porch. We live up in Willow, Alaska. It's a really tiny town in the middle of the forest. We have neighbors that aren't very close to us. We would be sitting out on the porch, and you would hear strange howls, moans, and growls over in that forest. Over there, across the lake, we're avid hunters. We know what it sounds like when a moose is in heat. Just doesn't sound anything like that. Me and my son and his friends, we always talk about shapeshifters up here all the time. Skinwalkers is a big deal in Alaska. A skinwalker can take certain forms of people or things. I don't know if it could have possibly been something like that. I can't tell you. I really have no idea what it could possibly have been. I don't know if it's the places that we've lived in, or if it's because my side of the family, is so sensitive to ghosts, or if it's Lincoln himself. If he attracts these things coming to us everywhere that we've been, in all of the houses that we've lived in. I haven't really been very scared, even though we've had these experiences happen to us. Every time I'm thinking that we're in a new place, it's going to be great. There's nothing going to happen. Then something happens. You can share your story with us over at True Scary Storycom, and to listen without ads and support the show at the same time. Visit scaryplus.com. If you're following the show, I'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Everyone, see you soon. Everyone, please listen to the story Chased by Spirits, my family's paranormal encounter. I grew up in this really tiny town called Cleveland, Utah. The house was known as the very first post office in this really small town when Utah was founded. It was so old that when we did some renovations on the house, we would cut into it and see that it was logs on the inside. That's how old it was. It was an old log post office. My mom and dad decided to create a bedroom in the attic space upstairs. They cut a hole in the ceiling and built these really rickety, steep kind of stairs that went up into this little attic space. The top right corner of the room would be where the stairs would come up, right at the top of those stairs. In the bottom right corner was my bed, up against the wall, right in that corner, right there across the room. In the bottom left corner would be my sister's bed, and then in the top left corner was my brother's bed. I used to see this really dark shadow every night. I would wake up in the middle of the night. Somebody was in the room with me watching me. I would open my eyes, and there would be this dark shadow standing over by my brother's bed. Staring down at him, it was the shape of a man, but it was just a really dark shadow. That would stand there. It would move from my brother's bed, and it would just float across the room, standing over the top of my sister's bed watching her. If I felt myself waking up, I would keep my eyes closed and wait for my brother to move, or wait for my sister to move. And then I would open my eyes. Then he would be standing right by me, staring down at me, watching me sleep. I was so scared I would take all of my stuffed animals, put them all the way around me, and then I'd take the biggest stuffed animal that I had, and I'd put it right over the top of me and tuck it in to make it look like. The stuffed animal is the one sleeping in the bed. I think around in my teenage years, we moved out of that house, and I didn't have any other experiences growing up until later in life when I met my husband. We had all of our kids at that time, and he was stationed in the Air Force, and he got deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan. He got deployed to Korea for a year. One of the funny things about me and my husband, we were really into the TV show Ghost Hunters. There was this one episode where they went to the Stanley Hotel. It's the actual hotel that Stephen King himself was staying in when he had those experiences. That scared him so much that he wrote the book, The Shining. This hotel is over 100 years old in Estes Park, Colorado. It's gorgeous. On this episode, they decide that they're going to split up into these separate rooms in the hotel that are known for the most paranormal activity. In the hotel, one of them is on the 4th floor, room 412. Back to me and my husband. My husband is deployed to Iraq. I want to surprise him with something. Just pretty cool for him coming home. He's been gone for 6 months. I decided I was going to book us a stay at the Stanley Hotel so that we can go investigate ghosts. I decided to book that exact room 412. We drive to the Stanley and you walk into this hotel and there's this big staircase. It goes up the center and then it splits off to the right and the left on both sides, and you can go up to the other rooms. Next to the staircase, it has this really awesome, super old elevator that is, one of those metal elevators that you have to close the gate on. Old, rickety, and really loud. We get our key for the room, so we get in the elevator and we go upstairs. Step off the elevator and the room that is haunted is right next to that elevator. We get in the room and go check out the closet. This closet is 100 years old, full hard wood. It's got one of those really old doorknobs on it that are really hard to turn. It's super heavy. On the back side of the closet is that elevator. We check that out. We check the room out. It was really pretty. It had a really old bathroom in it, the really super old Victorian sink with on the inside. We decided to go get some dinner and walk around the hotel for the rest of the evening until bedtime. So nothing happened to us that night. When we were walking around checking out the hotel, and we took the tour. The tour guide was this really cool old guy that had actually done the tour for ghost hunters. When they came, he was their tour guide. We noticed that on our tour. The guy goes right up to the room we're staying in, stood outside of the door, and sit there and tell the stories about what happens in there, how people have lost things. Me and my husband are just sitting there thinking, yeah, we're staying in this room tonight. We even told the people that were on the tour with us. We're like, yeah, this is our room. We're going to stay in there. You guys want to look in there? And they were all pretty excited to go in and check out the room. And we ended the tour and went to eat dinner. And then we went back up to the room. And it was time for bed. We decided that we were going to go and take a shower. Together, we're in the bathroom, talking about how nothing's happened to us. It doesn't seem very creepy. There was 3 bulbs in this one light fixture above the bathroom sink. As soon as we were talking about this happening, the light bulbs all shattered. We got out of the shower and called downstairs. I told the lady at the desk what had happened. She said that they were going to send somebody up to come and take care of it. Things like that happen all the time in that room. I just don't know what could have caused that. They came up, they cleaned it up, they left the room, and me and my husband get into bed. And we're laying there, and I'm trying to go to sleep. This bed is facing the closet. So if you're sitting up in bed, you're looking right at the closet. I get this really dark, heavy feeling. There is something in this room. I open my eyes. I look up. Right above the bed is a fan. A ceiling fan? And right next to the ceiling fan, there is this woman floating there. She had a really long, dark hair. I'm looking at her. I start grabbing my husband's arm, shaking him, and I'm like, honey, do you see her? She's right there. And I'm hyperventilating. He wakes up, sits right up, and he's like, where? Where? And I'm like, she's right there in front of us. At that point, she starts moving towards me. And I take a breath and I'm like, hi. She stops, tips her head sideways. We laid down to go back to sleep, and I could not go to sleep. The morning after, We went downstairs to go tell the people that I had an experience. There's a tour guide there. And I tell her what had happened to me last night. And she kind of just, yeah, that happens all the time. It seemed like she didn't believe me, didn't take me seriously. We decided we were going to go look around the town and check out the hotel more. It's pretty big. It's got a few outbuildings too. We spent the day just being tourists. We get back to the hotel. My husband decides what he's going to do. He grabs this little L, no smoking sign that is sitting on top of the dresser, and he's going to put it right in front of the closet door. Slide it right under it just in case something happens. We go to sleep, and nothing else happens that night. The next morning, the closet door is closed, but the little LS sign was out in the middle of the floor. I'm feeling really uneasy about staying in this hotel and room because we had one more night there. I call my mom. I'm bawling. I don't want to stay here. And my husband's being a sweetheart, sitting there telling me it's going to be okay. We just got one more night. Let's just stay here. And I said, okay, we'll just stay because it was paid for that night. Actually, nothing happened to us. We just woke up and left to go back home. I would absolutely stay at the Stanley Hotel again. The hotel was beautiful. The food was amazing. From their little old-fashioned restaurant. And the rooms were really comfortable. Really scary, but really comfortable. I would not stay on the 4th floor again. Not at all, not in any of the rooms on the 4th floor. Forget it. Throughout our marriage, we have had quite a few paranormal, inexplicable things that have happened. After we went and stayed at the Stanley Hotel, we had moved out of the house that we were staying. At the time, we moved on to base housing at Hill Air Force Base. Cabinet doors would open and close. You would hear whispers or voices throughout the house. When I was in my room laying on the bed, I would be reading, and right above the book, I would see this little boy's head just quickly dash past the bottom of the bed. One other instance. Me and my husband were laying in our bed watching TV. All of a sudden, all of the stuff that was in there, our bathroom, fell off of the shelves into the bathtub. Another time that I was laying in bed, all of a sudden, I felt these little steps stepping next to me, from my feet all the way up to my head. And I turned and I looked, and there was nothing there. We decided that we wanted to name this little ghost. And I'm like, how about we name him Billy? At that exact same time, my husband said that in his head popped the name Billy. After this house, we had moved off a base. It was Halloween, and we felt this ghost presence had followed us. Because same thing started happening in this other house. I took my kids to go see my mom for Halloween. While we were there, I was on the phone talking to my husband, and all of a sudden he says, there was a little boy that just ran across the floor, down the bed, out of the corner of my eye. The kid ran across the room. We're sitting there talking about it, and then all of a sudden you hear in the living room the sound of one of my Halloween decorations go off. This Halloween decoration, it was broken. The motion active part of it was busted, and it was an old gravestone that would crack open and scream at you. The only way for it to go off was for somebody to push it. We moved to Montana. We had a bunch of things happen in that house. My children saw these things. My son Lincoln, he is very sensitive. A couple of days ago, I was in my room. My son's girlfriend. I was going to show her something on my phone. I was walking down my hallway, passing the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye, I see my son standing in the kitchen. In front of the sink, his back was to me. I thought, okay, I'm going to go show Lincoln first. when I turned to look into the kitchen. He's not there. He is not there. There is nobody there. He comes walking in through the family room. In the back door, I explained to him. This ghost, or mimic, or whatever this was, looked just like him. I have no idea what that was. But it scared the crap out of me. That's the first time something's happened to me, personally in this house. I'm hoping nothing else happens here. I'm almost over the whole ghost thing. Haha, balding. We have had other situations where we would be sitting out on the porch. We live up in Willow, Alaska. It's a really tiny town in the middle of the forest. We have neighbors that aren't very close to us. We would be sitting out on the porch, and you would hear strange howls, moans, and growls over in that forest. Over there, across the lake, we're avid hunters. We know what it sounds like when a moose is in heat. Just doesn't sound anything like that. Me and my son and his friends, we always talk about shapeshifters up here all the time. Skinwalkers is a big deal in Alaska. A skinwalker can take certain forms of people or things. I don't know if it could have possibly been something like that. I can't tell you. I really have no idea what it could possibly have been. I don't know if it's the places that we've lived in, or if it's because my side of the family, is so sensitive to ghosts, or if it's Lincoln himself. If he attracts these things coming to us everywhere that we've been, in all of the houses that we've lived in. I haven't really been very scared, even though we've had these experiences happen to us. Every time I'm thinking that we're in a new place, it's going to be great. There's nothing going to happen. Then something happens. You can share your story with us over at True, Scary Storycom, and to listen without ads, and support the show at the same time. Visit scaryplus.com. If you're following the show, I'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Everyone, see you soon. Everyone, please listen to the story True Hauntings Growing Up with the Unknown. My name is Melissa. I live in a small town near Victorville, California. My whole life, ever since I was 8 years old, I experienced my first paranormal story. As a vine older, I still had a lot of things happen to me. Seen things, heard things, felt different things. Everybody in my family says I have that sixth sense, that I just attract spirits. My grandma's house is in Juarez, Mexico. My dad grew up in that house. It's still in the family to this day. I was 8 years old. We were staying in the guest room. My mom, my dad, my siblings, my aunt and uncle. We were all staying in that spare room. That night, I could not go to sleep. I felt really anxious and scared. I didn't know why, and I remember putting a blanket over my head. But it was really hot. I felt like I had to do that. That's the first time I've ever felt that sensation, or felt that way. I was laying down, facing the curtain that they use as a door. As soon as I took the blanket off over my head, there was a man standing there against the doorway, a tall, slender figure wearing a hat, a trench coat, but it was just a shadow. I didn't see a face, just a shadow of a man standing there. I froze and then started crying. Everybody woke up. I told my mom. I saw somebody standing there by the doorway. Of course, when everybody looked, it was gone. Nobody was there. I didn't see anything the next day, but I don't even think I slept the next night. I just wanted to leave. I have an aunt who had seen that same man in that same room when she saw him. She said that he was kneeling as if he was praying. We're the only two that have ever seen him. My grandma. We said she always knew there was someone in that house, but it never bothered her. She never felt scared or threatened by it. My uncle, who lives in that house with my grandma, he would see things. He would feel like somebody was watching him. So a lot of people didn't like going to my grandma's house for that same reason. My dad did tell me when he had slept in that same room. He was falling asleep. He looked up on the ceiling. He saw a huge butterfly on the ceiling. My grandma always loved butterflies. We don't know who that could be, or if it's a family member. My grandma thinks it might be maybe an uncle of her. First, all I know about the house is that my dad grew up in it. There was one previous owner. There was a woman who got burned in that house, but the person I saw was a man. We still don't know who he is. I know there's been a lot of experiences in that house. My grandma passed away a few years ago. I went back after COVID and everything. It just feels different. It doesn't feel like whatever was there is there anymore. Growing up, I've had a lot of little, different instances and stories. When we first moved to the high desert, actually the first house we bought, a lot of things that would happen in that house. When we first moved in, my dad found a doll. It was made out of cloth. That was shoved inside a mason jar. It was closed. He took it out. He was in the pantry. He opened it. He thinks it was an innocent person that they had trapped in there. And in his way, he was setting that person free. He opened it up. I wouldn't say that's what caused all the things that would happen in that house. When I was younger, I would feel like somebody was watching me. I had to be in elementary school, maybe a 4th, 5th grade, when I was walking to that pantry, actually to grab something. I had my back facing the living room, towards the hallway where all the bedrooms were at. I just remember feeling this really cold sensation, as if something walks through you. My whole body just went cold. I froze. After I got out of that shock, I ran to where my mom and her friend were at, and I started crying. From then, I would always hear people talking or things, or whispers. I would hear my mom calling me, my mom's voice, and I would answer. Nobody was there. Nobody. It wasn't my mom. My mom used to have a lot of porcelain dolls as well. There was a ledge at the very top of the living room, and she had all these porcelain dolls there. I remember vividly laying down on the couch, looking up at this one doll she had in particular. She had curly blonde hair, blue and white dress. I remember looking at the doll. I was just staring at it. I remember the dog moving its head side to side, looking at me. We lived in that house up until I was, like in middle school. That's when we moved to a different house, in the same city, just about in every house I've ever moved to. I've always experienced or seen something, seeing something, hearing something. I started to believe, what if it is me? What if I am the one that everywhere I go, I just bring something with me? I had a friend, a really good friend of mine. I had gone over to her house. When I walked into her room, I felt this really heavy, uncomfortable feeling. I've gone to her house plenty of times, and I've never felt like that. But I walked in and I just wanted to get out of there. I just don't know why, and we left. Came back when I had gone back into her room. She was telling me that, some of the things that she had in her room. I noticed like new things. She had these monkeys that hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, that belonged to her friend who passed away. When she told me that, I felt this overwhelming sensation, and I think that's what it was, because she had some personal belongings of her friends, that I just felt overwhelming energy of sadness. I just started crying, telling her all these things I felt, as if her friend had somehow channeled herself. Through me, I don't know. Like maybe a medium type of situation. It was very emotionally draining too. It does take a lot out of you. I didn't realize because I've never had that happen. The last big experience I really had, I would say, was back in 2019. I don't know if I was just going through a rough place in my life. My mom has always said, whenever you just feel very vulnerable, emotionally or mentally, that's when things try to attach themselves to you. There was my desk I had bought at Goodwill. Everybody knows me to be notorious in buying things, from antique stores, thrift stores, yard sales, and everybody always says, well, you always buy all these things, and you never know what could be attached to it. This desk that I bought, I still have it to this day. It's not in my room, but I still have it to this day. My bed is facing the wall. The desk is on the right-hand side of my wall. Everything's facing my door. I was having a lot of nightmares at that point. I've never been one to have sleep paralysis, but during that point of my life, I was having a lot of sleep paralysis. Every night, I was having really vivid, horrible nightmares. It was just odd. There was not a night that I could not go to sleep without having a nightmare or sleep paralysis. Could never actually rest. I would not turn off my light. I would leave sleep with my light on. Every time I fell asleep, it was almost this kind of sensation of, well, I know it's not going to be good sleep, because this is going to happen, because it was just something that was just happening. Every night, I'll have a cousin, my cousin. She lives in Mexico. She had came with her sister. They were just staying a couple days with us. I never told her about what I was going through. I never told her anything about my room. The next day, my cousin. She had heard somebody trying to open the door. She woke up scared because she heard the door knobbing, but nobody was coming in. Her sister, she has you can say sixth sense. She can pick up on things, or she knows things. She told me there's something in your room. I could feel it when I spent the night here. She had asked me, she's like, have you been having a lot of nightmares? Or have you just been feeling scared in your room? She confirmed my suspicion that there was something attached to a piece of furniture. When she told me that, I just was thinking, it has to be something that I've bought in, that I didn't have before. After she had told me that, she confirmed my suspicion. Okay, I'm not going crazy. These things are happening for a reason. There was one night I was laying in my bed and I thought I was awake. I remember looking over to the right, to my right-hand side of my bed where my desk is at, and I see a woman standing there by my desk. This lady, I didn't know who it was or who she was. She was looking at me with her black, shoulder-length hair, wet white lace wedding dress. She was wearing a mask, though, a tiger mask. When she noticed that, I realized that I was actually not awake. Then that's when she tilted her head. That's what really made me realize she sees me. She knows I'm aware and that I'm seeing her. After that, I just woke up. She is someone that was attached to that desk. I don't know who she is, but the weirdest thing is that after I actually saw her that night, I stopped experiencing any sort of nightmares or sleep paralysis. I still have that desk to this day. After that night that I had seen her, I didn't experience anything else again. At least, nothing major like that. I just never seen her again. I'm just curious still. I think about it to this day. Why is it that when I saw her, she's wearing like a wedding dress? Or that she was wearing a mask? A tiger's mask, which is weird. I just to this day wonder why. Maybe she didn't want to be seen. I think it's just more of a curiosity that I have. To this day, I've had little things happen here and there. In the house I'm currently living in, where I hear people talking or things moving. Just hear noises in the house. It's not a consistent every time. But I will hear things here and there. I think it was last year I had seen him at my house. Actually, where I'm living at right now, in my sister's room. My sister had also says that she's seen him. I know I've looked it up. They say it's the Hat Man. So they say, I don't know if it's something a lot of people have seen. Some people have different names. They say they've seen this man. Tall, slender man. I had seen him about a year ago, when I had spent the night in my sister's room. We were sharing the same bed. And I had seen him by the doorway again, which is funny, because that's where I saw him the first time, when I was younger. That's really the only other time I've ever seen him, besides when I was little. That same night was the same thing. I was laying there and I couldn't go to sleep. I just had this fence to look over by the doorway. I had seen him there again, just standing there. But this time he was actually in front of the door. He wasn't against the wall. He was actually in front of the door. But the weird thing is, I didn't feel scared. I just acknowledged that he was there. I had told my sister about it, and she's like, yeah, I've seen him a lot. He comes and goes. Would just show up here, and then I won't see him. So, I don't know if this particular person that we've seen is something that it's just maybe part of our family, or maybe I've seen him before. I just don't recollect. Because when you're younger, growing up, there's a lot of things you don't remember. But I just think sometimes you just have that sixth sense where you can see, feel, and hear things that other people can't. I don't really think there's anything that surprises me. There's a lot of skeptics, or people that don't really believe in anything. Like that, but even then, it's one of those things that when you experience it, it's very real. You can share your own story with me over on True, scarystory.com, and if you want to support the show, try out Scary, plus you'll also get ad-free episodes. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon, everyone. See you soon, everyone. Please listen to the story Ghosts of the Beach House a Family's Encounter. Growing up, I had a lot of paranormal experiences. They were super subtle sensitivity to energies, noticing things in the home, hearing things when I was growing up in Fredericksburg, Virginia, if you're unfamiliar with the place. There was a lot of battles that happened. In Fredericksburg, Virginia, there's a lot of paranormal activity. They do a lot of Civil War, Revolutionary War reenactment. My grandfather was a home inspector. He would take me on a lot of his home inspections, and he would tell me scary stories about the property. We would hear footsteps, and one time he was in a foyer of an old colonial home. A pot flew across. A lot of the times his equipment was moved. One time I was with him, we came back inside the house. I looked down on the floor. The door was open. There was 2 muddy handprints, and 1 muddy footprint for about 6 or 7 steps, as if somebody was crawling, because they didn't have a leg anymore. All of this was fun and games for me, until I had the experience I'm about to tell you about. It happened a couple of years ago, in a different location, Topsail Island, North Carolina. Topsail Island, it was a massive hub for pirates. People think that they can still see Blackbeard's ship on the horizon. People also think that it might be the last resting place of Blackbeard's treasures. Topsail Island has a significant amount of energy. I had none of this information. When my family booked a vacation in Topsail, they were renting the beach house. When my family booked this vacation, I did travel all the way from Pennsylvania. Down to Topsail, I was already pretty tired. The drive was a couple of hours. For 6, I think my boyfriend at the time. He picked me up, drove me all the way down. I slept a little bit in the car, but I was still really groggy. When I arrived at the beach house, it was not scary at all. It was a white house on stilts. The area surrounding was very swampy, but nothing that alerted me to anything. It was about 2-ish o'clock in the morning. I had just woken up. I was super groggy. I wasn't aware of what was going on. I'm locked on the door. My grandfather. He opened up the door. They both were whispering. They were tired. No one else was in the house. We said our greetings. It was cordial. Come in, okay? Thank you. Let's go to bed. My grandparents requested that my boyfriend and I sleep in separate rooms. They pointed me to the back room where I would sleep. It was through the kitchen. His room was closer to the front entrance and had a loft bedroom upstairs. I remember going into that room and feeling the heaviest weight I have ever felt in my entire life. This should have sent off some sort of ringer in my head, but it didn't. I was so tired. It was this really dense, thick smog kind of feeling. The feeling that hits you in the center of your chest, on your back, on your shoulders. I completely ignored it, and I had no other thoughts in my mind. Just unpack your stuff and get to bed. And I was unpacking these. These thoughts were not my own. I felt the energy of my past relatives. My great-grandmother was there. My great-grandfather was there. My great-aunt, they were there to protect me, to take care of me, and I just ignored it. I picked the bed, and that was closest to the back patio. I fell asleep. Enough time had passed. We are creeping into the 3 o'clock hour. We are creeping into the witching hour. I don't even know how long I was asleep. I was woken up by a pressing into the bed. I was not shook. I was not nudged. Nothing fell. I was pressed. Like somebody had put their hands on either side of my chest and pressed me into the bed. It was constant. It was rhythmic and very heavy. I could feel the sides of the pillow curl around my head. My head was being pressed into the bed. Of the pillow was touching the sides of my face. I've had sleep paralysis before. This is not sleep paralysis. I was hit with that overwhelming feeling. My relatives are there. It was a chatter. It was very noisy in my head. I remember being unable to move. I opened my eyes. It was an operation. 6 inches from my face, it was the blackest black, but also had outlines I could tell was a woman. Her eyes were sunken in. They were pitch black. Her hair was floating. It was gray. It was coming out at all ends like Medusa, like she was in water. Her mouth was open like a snarl, latching onto somebody wide open. Her teeth were all sharp. She had white markings on her face, 2 that were going vertical, 1 on her forehead to her hairline, 1 down her chin, and 2 horizontal on the sides of her cheeks, as if somebody had put their fingers in paint and smeared them across their cheeks. This encounter seemed to go on forever. It felt like time had stopped. I was absolutely paralyzed. I remember sitting there in complete and utter fear, staring at this figure. I remember feeling like my breath was taken out of my chest. She was pulling it from me. I remember trying to scream and not being able to. I knew that. My own essence was starting to get compromised. All of a sudden, at once, I remembered that what you do in these moments is you remind the entity that you are the one that's alive. I shut my eyes and I started screaming. I'm alive, you are not. I'm here, you're not wanted here. All the while, I felt like my family was there. They were fighting this with me. It was completely chaotic and not of my own imagination. Suddenly, she was gone. The chatter stopped. The pressing stopped. I could breathe again. I could talk again. I ran into my boyfriend's room at the time. I remember saying to him, I either had a very vivid dream or I just saw a ghost. He had also had his own apparition that he experienced at a different time and a different location, and he went, oh, okay. Well, let's go to bed. I remember going to bed that night and not believing it. The next morning, I woke up and I told my family. I was very vague about it. They joked about it and went, oh, maybe it's haunted. And I was like, okay, maybe, and we moved on with our day. They didn't take me seriously at all. Even though my grandfather had had experiences in his past, as well as my grandmother. She even captured an apparition in Fredericksburg with her camera sitting in a pew. My family is relatively sensitive, but we have never dabbled with anything that was dark, deliberately messing with us in any way. We went out, learned all about the pirates and tops and everything. That night, we as a family were playing Monopoly. The kitchen table was right next to my bedroom door. It was just fine. We had lots of laughs. And my grandmother said, okay, I'm gonna go to bed. And my boyfriend was like, okay, I'm just gonna go to bed. It's just my grandfather and I in the kitchen, cleaning up the board. He goes to my door. He stops and he stares. He looks back at me and says, you're right. The pressure changes at night. And I went, okay. Well, I'm not going to spend the night there. I'm not going to sleep in that room. Never again. He went, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And I spent the night within my boyfriend's room, who had a twin bed. It wasn't an ideal situation. The next morning I wake up, and I hear my grandmother from the top of the stairs say in almost a joking way, Baka saw the ghost. And Baka is the name that I call my grandfather. I went, what? She was joking. But my grandfather, he was really shaken. He comes downstairs. He says at about 3 a.m, he was woken up by being pressed into the bed. This is a detail that I did not tell him. When he woke up, he kept his eyes closed and he turned over to my grandmother, who was to his right. He said annoyingly, Pat, why? Why are you waking me up? She's still kind of asleep. Doug, I'm not doing that. In that moment, he hears his wife's voice next to him. He opens his eyes. He sees a tall, black, shadowy figure in a top hat, sitting in the chair at the foot of the bed. He said to her then, who is sitting in that chair? When she woke up, he turned to her. It was gone. I decided to sleep in the same room as my grandmother. I remember having the light on the whole time and having this unmistakable pressure surrounding me, constantly like chatter in my head, static around me. The energy was off, and my eyes were fixated on the foot of the bed. The moment that 3 a.m. passed, I turned over, looked at the clock, and I think it was 3:05, 3:10. Suddenly, I was able to fall asleep. We told the owners of this house what had happened. They said, "Oh, you've never had any ghost encounters before." So I put it to bed, whatever that was. That was very much real. It became my ghost story. During COVID, I was flipping through some streaming service. There was some documentary style on sleep paralysis. They showed a picture of a sleep paralysis demon. Called the Old Hag, it was an artistic rendering, I think done over 100 years ago, and I froze. It's exactly what I had seen that night. There are other renderings of the old tag. That didn't quite fit the bill, but this one did. The sunken black eyes, the open mouth, the vampiric teeth, the floating gray hair and the pressing on the chest, and it sent shivers up and down my spine. I found out that there are predominantly 2 sleep paralysis demons that have been known throughout centuries, throughout millennia, and across the world. Everybody's stories are exactly the same. It is pressing into the bed, stolen breath, something staring at you. The old hag sits on your chest, and the other one is called the Shadow Man. Shadow Man stands at the foot of your bed. He's oftentimes seen wearing a top hat. Putting this together, I realized I had seen the old hag. And the following night, my grandfather had seen the Shadow Man. We had no previous experience or knowledge of this. We were just 2 people that have had paranormal experiences before. Maybe these demons latched onto us that night because we were open. I have made certain that I am not as vulnerable as I was. That night, I found out that some people have had recurring visits from these demons, and it often happens because they are so vulnerable. I don't know if it was just age, but I have been way more receptive to the paranormal. I can see things, apparitions. And Elisa's story continues right after this. Stay with us. My ex-partner I was living with a couple of years ago. He was a big skeptic when I told him this. He would shrug it off. One night, I was really trying to understand, what is this? Is this something that I have now? What is this? I was woken up by him screaming in bed, shrieking. I turn over, I see him. He pushed himself up on the bed, trying to get away from something. He was staring at the door. He told me I saw a tall, black, shadowy figure standing in the doorway with a hat on. I don't know if he experienced the Shadow Man at that one point, but ever since then, he's only had brief experiences with hearing his grandfather, his grandmother. One time he saw his grandfather in a car door, but he's really had nothing significant since then. There was an apparition attached to an old, vintage vanity of mine that I've had for years. It was an elderly woman. This person was in my house at the same time. We looked up and he went, "It's a woman. Older woman, tall." I went, "White hair, Victorian." He went, "Yes. She's good, though she's just lost. I have actually been able to help a friend who lost her husband, unfortunately, to suicide. This was completely unintentional. I was chatting with her at a pool party. She started opening up to me, and suddenly her past husband was there. I was able to tell her things about him that she had not told me. I knew where he was touching her and how he was touching her. She started breaking down and crying. I don't know if that experience with that demon changed something in me that made me more open. But you bet I sage my house every day. I don't ever sleep on my back anymore. I just don't want to recreate that night. But it does seem that once these sleep demons enter your life, you become a little bit more attuned to the paranormal, I guess. just had a lot of significant encounters since then. I used to live by an old iron mill, and I watched my dog get spooked by something, and at the same time I felt that pressure. The other night, I watched my other dog, alert to the corner of a room where we have kind of an altar for my deceased dog that just passed. I watched him stare in that corner and alert to it, try to smell the air, and once again, I felt that pressure, but it was positive. When it passed over me, I felt a wind on my face. I just have a lot of these experiences nowadays, that it seems kind of normal. That veil has been thinned in a way. Still to this day, I haven't had any more encounters with her. I don't want to have any more encounters with her. Maybe I wasn't the right kind of energy she wanted to feed off of. People will chalk it up to, oh, you were sleeping, and if you do some research on it, people don't actually know what sleep paralysis is. They don't understand why it happens. If someone has experienced sleep paralysis before, they know that it's completely different than being manipulated and seeing a demon. That was very different. I don't know if I can find that picture, but if you Google old hag demon, somebody put this depiction in a nurse's outfit. It's like blue-purple colored is the hue of the painting, just the way that her mouth is open and her hair is standing on end, and how she's touching whomever she's sitting on. It's very similar to what I experienced. I don't know the origin. We have all of our theories on what demons could be. My personal theory is that demons are spirits that are stuck, that have been stuck for so many years. They become poltergeist and become demons. That's just my personal theory. Whoever the old hag and the shadow man are, they are ancient. They are millennia old. If you do some digging, you can find that there are encounters that people have had that are centuries old all across the globe. For me, that just validates it even further. Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis? Let me know in the comments or through Instagram. I'll leave my contact information in the description of this episode. I'm on there as Edwin Cove. That's EDWINCOV. And if you have a story that you want to share, head on over to True Scary Story. Communications subscribers, I'll talk to you in the next episode. And thank you, everyone that has tried Scary Plus over on ScaryPlus.com. I really appreciate your support. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. 34. Real life nightmare. Life inside a haunted house. My name is Ariel. I grew up in a haunted house for 14 years in Richmond, British Columbia, Canada. I moved into the house in 2005. I was 7 years old. From the very beginning, this eerie feeling. I felt like somebody was watching me. Like there was always something waiting around the corner. Every time I walked into another room, I was scared somebody was going to be there. Something was going to be there. My parents, they always chalked it up to, oh, we're just living in a bigger house now. You're just getting used to it. I don't know, I always felt something was weird. I would start seeing shadows or figures. Oftentimes when I was in my room, I could see a shadow of feet underneath my bedroom door. It would just all of a sudden walk away. It wouldn't vanish, I would see it walk away. I would go and open my door, thinking that my parents were there or something. There's nobody there. Sometimes I would even hear creaking outside my door, like footsteps. A lot of nights there would be this really tall, looming shadow in the corner of my room. I would wake up in the middle of the night, and see this super tall shadow that stretched from the floor all the way to my ceiling. Sometimes it was in one corner, and sometimes it was in another. It was in the shape of a tall, lanky man. I would look at it in the middle of the night, just trying to not see it, just trying to convince myself it's not there. There's nothing there. I was often paralyzed. I couldn't move. I'd hid under my blankets and hoped that I could go to sleep. Some nights it was there. It really haunted me. I would also hear footsteps. Most nights, I would hear them walking away from my door in my room. Too, sometimes they would wake me up. I'd be in my bed asleep, and I would hear a shuffling noise with creaking along my floor, as if somebody was standing right next to me. I didn't want to turn around, look and see what or who was there because of the footsteps. I couldn't be in my room alone in the silence at night. In order to sleep, I would have to turn the radio on, or some sort of music on. I needed to just drown out any noises that were happening during the night, along with the footsteps and the shadows. The mirrors in my house, I would see figures in mirrors. They would dip behind walls. One time, I was standing in my front entryway. We had a mirror there. Behind me would be our dining room. You could see part of it, and then the rest was behind a wall. I was putting my shoes on, and then I stood up. I was facing the mirror, and the mirror was showing the dining room behind me. I saw a girl. She was young, probably around 12 or 13, but she had raggedy, messy, matted hair and this ripped white dress. It was all dirty. I saw her walk into my dining room. It was so vivid, I thought to myself, oh my God, who's in my house right now? I remember just rushing into my dining room to be like, hello. There was nobody there. I went to go speak to my parents and I said, hey, who's this girl in the house? Did you invite somebody in it? Does she need help? Or what's going on? They just had no idea what I was talking about. I told them I was in the entryway. I saw her in the mirror. She walked into the dining room. My dad is the biggest horror fan in the whole entire world. He just thought, oh my God, that's really cool. You actually saw her. That's so cool. He was just fascinated. Meanwhile, I'm just terrified. For the entire time that I lived at that house, my best friend at the time refused to sleep over unless I covered all of the mirrors in my room with towels or blankets. Every time she came over, she kept seeing figures and shadows in them that weren't there, that creeped me out even more. It validated me, but I thought, okay, at least maybe I'm not crazy. I am actually seeing these things. But at the same time, I was like, well, my friend gets to go home and I have to live here. I remember all of my friends telling me, when they would come over, they felt uneasy, unwelcome in my house. As soon as they stepped into my house, they felt like they shouldn't be there, like they weren't allowed to be there. They just shouldn't, which was also disheartening to hear. I used to suffer from insomnia as a child. I had nightmares in that house, a recurring one that I would have. It was from the point of view of an intruder in my house, almost as if they were giving one of those realtor tours on camera, but 1,000 times more ominous. They would just slowly glide through my house. I'd do a circle in my living room and then go down the hallway. Very slow. It always took place at night. There was never any noise or sound associated with it. It was just vision. It would always end up outside my bedroom door. It would open my bedroom door, but I would never go in. The worst part of those nightmares in particular was I knew that I was dreaming. I was awake in the dream, but I knew that I was dreaming, and I physically could not wake up. I would always try to will myself wake up, and I physically could not. I felt stuck. I remember thinking, I'm never going to wake up again. The nightmares, they were so common. I had to hang 3 or 4 dream catchers in my room. I don't really know if they worked, but it made me feel a little bit better at least. I knew I'm going to have a nightmare tonight. I don't know what it's going to be. It's either going to be about a natural disaster where my whole family dies, or it's going to be somebody intruding in my house, and it was just always so creepy and terrifying. I would watch doors open and close by themselves, or I would hear them in the house. Worst of all was my bedroom closet door. My closet door was on an old rusty hinge, and the track was also old. It could wake me up. Many nights I would be having a nightmare. When I would wake up from the nightmare, I would sit up and see that my closet door was open. Sometimes it would be wide open. Sometimes it would just be a crack. One night, I woke up from one of those horrible point of view, intruder nightmares, where the person had opened my bedroom door. And I remember waking up. My bedroom door was open. I looked at my closet door. It was also open. I ran to my parents' room. I woke them up and I said, "Why did you come in my room? Did you open my door, my closet door? What is going on? This isn't funny." I was just terrified, crying, hyperventilating, and eventually they calmed me down, and my mom ended up coming to sleep in my bed with me so that I could actually sleep. It's one of those experiences. I remember it to this day. I remember the exact feeling I had. A pit in your stomach again. Something is around the corner. Something is waiting for me. It felt so ominous and evil. It didn't feel like it had good intentions. The rest of Ariel's story continues right after this. Stay with us. None of my other family members experienced it. To the level that I did, there were a couple times where we all saw doors violently swing open. But nobody was as terrified as I was. Nobody else was having these dreams. Nobody else's doors were swinging open. I felt targeted. I remember the worst. Absolute worst incident, though, that still haunts me. I was 10 or 11. I was often homesick from school because I was barely sleeping. My parents had just left for work 5 minutes earlier, and my brother was already gone on his way to school. Whenever everybody left the house, I immediately would go downstairs, just to be in the family rooms, so I could be close to an exit door if I got too scared. I came downstairs into this hallway, between the kitchen and the living room. I remember seeing my cats in the hallway. I bent down to say goodbye. Morning, give them some pets. As I bent down, I heard a closet door open from upstairs. It wasn't mine because it wasn't creaky. I looked back at my cats. Both of their ears were completely folded back. They were very upset they had both snapped their heads to look straight upstairs, where the noise came from. Then I heard heavy footsteps thumping on the carpet, coming down the hallway towards the top of the staircase. Along with these thumping footsteps, that sounded as if someone was wearing heavy work boots. Was this horrible, sinking, all-encompassing feeling that locked me in place. I could not move. I felt paralyzed, like in my intruder dreams where I couldn't wake up. Then I hear the footsteps start thumping, one by one down the stairs. I am directly to the left of the staircase. They were halfway down the stairs. I snapped out of it, and my only thought was, I need to run. I sprinted to my neighbor's house. I was in my pajamas. I told my neighbors someone just broke in my house. They're in my house right now. She offered to call the cops, and for some reason I was like, no. I want to call my parents, but I called my dad. He pulled like a U-turn on the highway, sped all the way back. He was only 5 minutes away. Anyways, thankfully, him and my mom get home, and they rush into the house, and they start calling out for anyone in the house to come out, that they're gonna call the cops, that they're on the way. I refused to go into the house. It was a good hour before my parents had convinced me to come back in, because there was nobody in the house. They checked every single closet everywhere. Nobody's there. It's empty. I finally went back in. I told my dad again. I heard a closet door open. They came out of a closet upstairs, and he's checked all the closet. There's nobody in there. He took me upstairs to open and shut the closets and identify which one. I heard as soon as he opened my brother's closet. I was like, that's the one. It's my brother's closet, he was like. That's weird. There's no way this could have opened. It was shut when he came upstairs. I refused to be alone in the house for 6 months afterwards. We knew, okay, nobody actually broke into the house. My parents were trying to explain it away. I started thinking when my parents got into the house. It was all locked except for the front door. From the inside, if there was an intruder, they couldn't have gotten out from any other door. If they had come out, the front door took like a special force to close, because they had put some weather stripping on it, or something. Nobody, not even close family friends, were able to close it. Only me and my family knew. It takes practice closing it. That's when I started getting even more scared, because I thought, okay, I am not crazy. I was not dreaming. Something happened. I don't know what it was, but what if I hadn't snapped out of it? And I just sat there and waited for whatever it was to get down the stairs and reach me. And it's still to this day. Every time I talk about it, I'm looking over my shoulder, and I still get these horrible chills. Thankfully, that only happened once, and I lived there for 10 or 11 more years before I moved out, but that definitely was not the end of the incidents. Shadows, seeing things in mirrors, lights turning on and off, that continued up until I moved out in the middle of the night. I used to hear somebody messing with the beads outside of my door, and I would hear clicking on my door. Some nights I would open my door. Nobody was there. Cats were not there. They were fast asleep on my parents' bed. I would be in my room upstairs. I would hear my mom call my name, run downstairs and be like, yeah. What do you want? She always said. I didn't call for you. What are you doing down here? My dad did experience a lot of things in that house. He didn't admit it to me until a couple of years before I moved out. He saw figures and shadows flitting. From one room to another, he heard my name being called, sometimes by my brother, sometimes by my mom. He also had lights turn on and off in a lot of rooms that he was in. He actually had a piece of paper thrown at him. It was whipped from the coffee table into his face. The only thing my mom actually ever experienced was she would have things go missing. They would miraculously show up somewhere else. One time her wallet went missing. It was in her purse, obviously. My dad was looking for it all day. So was my mom. I was looking for it too. I went downstairs. Her purse was in the center of the living room. her wallet was sitting right next to. It went to hold my mom, and I was like, "Your wallet's right here. What are you talking about?" She was white in the face. She was like, "Okay, I'm going insane." I thought that they were playing a trick on me. One time, her credit card went missing. She found it just balanced on top of her wallet. Later on in the day, none of us took it, but she would just find stuff balanced on top of her stuff, or in just a very convenient location. They tried to look up the house history, and nothing was found. There were no documented deaths in the house in Canada. It's not legally required for realtors to disclose, or even document if deaths occurred in a house. The only places that keep those records are the police department, and again, that information you can't really get unless you're related to whoever passed away. We never found anything. But I do remember when my parents were getting the keys for the place. The previous owners were there. We were just having a chat with them and saying,